No, 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 no! Ah!
Hi, this is Dale Lear, designer of TRS-80 Color Baseball, and you're listening to CoCoTALK.
This is CoCoTALK, the world's leading live talk show featuring the Tandy Color computer. It's time to drop your socks, grab your real-time clocks, and let's rock.
CoCoTALK is rocking the 8-bit world, keeping the Tandy flame alive. We may be mocked, but we'll never stop, cause CoCoTALK is rocking the 8-bit world.
Welcome to CoCoTALK episode 259. Today we have a special guest, Terry Steen.
CoCoTALK is rocking the 8-bit world, keeping the Tandy flame alive. We may be mocked, but we'll never stop, cause CoCoTALK is rocking the 8-bit world.
Got some time to kill, might play a little Zach song. Might double back to play a little Temple of Rum. Dungeons and Daggers, colored baseball. But none can hold candle to the greatest of them all. Nightmare Highway. Nightmare Highway. Sure I love Sailor Man. Firefall. Go on a rampage for some super pitfall. Shanghai me into a game of rogue or demon attack. But sooner or later, you know I've got to come back. Nightmare Highway. Nightmare Highway. It's got a road, and it's got a car. Got furniture, and you'll be a star. Well, okay, maybe I just stick to the facts. To tell the truth, this game really all that. Nightmare Highway. Nightmare Highway. I used to bow down to the Donkey King. Cash Man used to be my thing. Mega buzzers bait, see dragon chew. But none of those can satisfy me much ado. Nightmare Highway. Nightmare Highway. Nightmare Highway. Nightmare Highway.
Nightmare Highway. Nightmare Highway. Nightmare Highway. Nightmare Highway.
Good morning, everybody.
Sorry for the
Afternoon.
echo, everyone.
There was echo?
Yeah,
I don't think there was echo.
Yeah, the people in the chat are reporting there was echo.
Yeah, there's echo on YouTube.
Is there echo?
Oh,
Echo?
Now, is the echo stopped
yes.
now that we are out of the song, people in the audience?
Yeah, good question.
We'll make for a messy interview if it's echoing now.
And if I
I'm
turn
still
this,
waiting for the song to end on YouTube.
did I
No
just
echo now, Jim Rice says. So it was just on the.
Okay.
it's on
That's
the-
weird.
did I just turn the echo back on or no?
Echo? No.
No, they're saying there's no echo now. So
Okay.
If we find it, will that be echolocation?
Then I don't need these stupid headphones anymore. Yay.
Yeah, Echo's no charge.
anyway, aside from audio problems here, we'll get on with the show here with our special guest, Terry Steen. So first up, we're going to do a little thing that's a little bit different here, as you might have guessed from our intro. So Terry, not only being a game designer and programmer back in the 80s for Jarb and T&D and Chromaset, also came to CoCo Fest. What year was that, Terry?
It was the last one before the pandemic. That's the pandemic made me forget
2019.
how many years everything has been.
Okay, so 2019 Grant says I'll have to trust him on that one. But you had a rather interesting trip down. In fact, you had to phone us to tell us you're going to be late. And I wanted, because some of the newer people in the audience don't know the whole story behind what happened to you, how it inspired the video game, which then inspired the song, which then you got to see Rick Adams perform live. And I thought we'd get started with you, Terry, to just kind of say what exactly happened. And then we'll bring in the people that were involved in the game projects and the music projects that were based on what happened.
Oh man, well, I've told the story a bunch, so it's starting to feel like, man, I need to just make a video of it and just tell them to watch this one. But yeah, I was going through Ohio, and I was doing really well, and I was behind a truck. Everything seemed to be fine. But
Wait, were you traveling by yourself?
Yeah, just me.
Okay.
And I was getting little updates on Discord as to where everybody was and everything like that. It was kind of cool. But I was seeing if I could beat Stevie. There was my main goal. And it was kind of weird because all of a sudden the cars in front of me, they just whoosh pulled away, and there's a sofa sitting in the middle of the highway. It's actually let's see, orange, not yellow, so that's incorrect up there. But I only had about a car length or so between me and the sofa, so it just went right in my grill and wound up taking out the radiator and everything. So it's like instantly I'm disabled on the side of the road, and it's like I can't miss CoCo Fest. I hadn't been to one of the last CoCo Fest. The last things I'd been to was Rainbow Fest, and those were in the 80s. So I was like, I gotta see other nerds. So basically, I guess the whole thing was the determination and grit to say, okay, I need insurance, I need a tow truck, I need to get a rental car, I need all this stuff, and I was able to get within about 2-3 hours. I was able to get all that together, and I actually got the rental car. Like it was, they actually kept the place open waiting for me to check out so I could get on the road. So I just barely made it to the fest. So that was the inspiration for some really demented people to write video games and sing songs and everything. So
who was the rental company? They deserve a shout out.
It was oh gosh, I use USAA, and I can't say who the rental company was, but they just network for you. It's like, I need a car, I need it now. And they're like, well, here's one within 5 miles. Here's one, do you want to Uber to this town to pick up one? And so honestly, USAA, they deserve a lot of credit because they set up all the possible places I could get a car from. But I can't really remember who it was.
And were you hurt in the accident, or?
No, I was just kind of like, first, surprised, and then irritated. And then when I realized I wasn't going anywhere, you move into the pissed officity, and that's where it turned into just, okay, I have to solve this problem. I have to do it now. And
Terry, did crying and gnashing of the teeth help any with the auto company?
No, it was kind of fun. We left it on the I left it with the tow truck people. I didn't see it after that, but I wound up getting a phone call and email from the people who were repairing it, and 2 weeks later, me and my wife got to go out there to pick it up. So we made another half trip to CoCo Fest and found some really weird place called Hillbilly Hot Dogs. And anybody going up that direction, if you guys Google it and go ahead and make it a stop, it's kind of a bizarre, interesting place. One of the things you might see on Pee Wee Herman Big Adventures, the side road kind of things where they just take old buildings and school buses and turn them into their restaurant. And it's bizarre. You just go Google it. Hillbilly Hot Dogs.
Terry, did you get a picture of the couch in your grill?
No, I should have. I should have.
I mean, shame on your car for wanting to take a nap. How often does
that ever happen, right? Like, that's just crazy.
Yeah, I was really thankful. It was a light, flimsy one because I hit it and it just kind of slid in front of the car. It wasn't like a big heavy metal frame that just kind of made the front end crumple up. So, it was one of those kind of throwaway couches. It's like, okay, it's obviously made with the lightest possible interior construction and then just put some fabric over it. So that was kind of nice watching it slide rather than watching it crush into the car.
So what I don't understand is how does somebody not notice the couch fell off the back of the truck?
Oh, everybody else did. And
then the guy driving the truck, has he not noticed something fell off the back of his truck?
Yeah.
Who says he didn't?
The truck that I was behind isn't the one that dropped it. It apparently had been there for a little while. The truck in front of me was just the billboard that kept me from being able to see anything else in front. So, if it had been like a little sports car or, something like that, I would have seen people moving in front of me, but I just know there was this big truck in front of me that I couldn't see around. And like I said,
as soon as you moved out of the way, the couch was right there.
Yeah. Yeah. It's one thing to have somebody, you got a decent following distance so that you can maneuver should they slow down or turn or start taking over your lane. But it's another thing for something to be completely standing still in front of you and you had no idea that it was going to be there. It's like, all of a sudden there's a mailbox standing there right in front of you. It's like, well, I'm not gonna be able to go from 65 down to 0.
Yeah. I have to commend you on your dedication. I don't know too many people that would get into a car accident on the way to the fest and then still determined to make it and, getting a rental car and the whole thing just to come down. So yeah, it was great that you actually did make it.
Yeah, I got there and you're the first person I saw actually, because I was looking around. It's like, okay, where do we find the CoCo Fest people? And I saw you and I recognized you and I did one of those really cool things where I go, aren't you? And you said, oh, Curtis Boyle. And I said, yeah, that's you.
I occasionally do need reminders. So
yeah.
So that's that background story to what happened to you. And then I think the next part of this was Ken Reichert came up with the game. So Ken, what inspired you besides what happened? Like what prompted you, I guess, to actually create the game in tribute to this, World Cataclysmic event?
Okay. Well, first of all, I couldn't make it to the fest as been the last few years due to family obligations, but I was following everyone's progress getting to the fest on the Discord. And I just came across a post that said, I just hit a couch. And I remember I replied something around an actual piece of furniture. Is this some kind of bizarre euphemism? And that just struck me as, well, funny because I didn't hit the couch. So it just made me want to do a game. And I wanted to, I had just done this silly little Nutroid game where it was a little squirrel ran down the screen connecting nuts and was using the old print at the bottom of the screen to make the screen scroll. And I said, I'd really like to do something where the screen scrolled the other way. So I started writing an assembly routine. So as a good dipping my toe in there to make the screen scroll the other way, just using the SG Semi-Graphics 4 graphics. And I thought that was as good as a premise as any, because you put a couple of them together, they kind of look like a couch. And
it kind of looked like cars.
It kind of looks like car. It kind of looks like cars if you squint and turn your head and
not look at the screen at all.
Yeah. Say, I do believe in fairies. I do believe in fairies. And then Tinkerbell comes out with a hammer and smacks you in the face.
Now, is this the first game where you did a basic ML hybrid? Because most of the other games, I think, previous were mostly basic, if not all.
They were entirely basic. This was the first basic ML hybrid. It was going to be much less machine language, but as I went, I kept doing more and more machine language to where finally the basic is just kind of the shell that runs around things. It opens it up, keeps track of the high scores, lets you pick your level and things like that. And that's about it. So most of it just dumps into a machine language routine, and then just when you crash it or when you don't complete the run, it goes back out of there.
So basically, all the graphics and the sound is all machine language routines, and you're basically using basic scores, etc.
When I got to that point, I didn't feel like figuring out how to do assembly language, disk access, or anything like that. I was ready.
I don't blame you for that at all.
I was ready to put this to bed.
And how long did it take you to develop it?
I probably did it over about 3 months.
And did you get it approved by Terry before you released it, or?
No, not at all. It was a surprise.
It was surprise.
I was just capitalizing on his pain without his permission. Much like I was.
And did that cause you extra trauma, Terry? I guess is the next question when you saw that.
Oh yeah, no, I was glad to have my pain and suffering go to something useful and positive for the rest of the world.
Really? What was that?
Nightmare Highway. Yeah. That's written 100% machine language and basic.
And basic, yes. I also think the commercial is better than the game, but
the game's pretty fun. Actually, 8-Bits in the Basement just played it, I think, for the first time on his channel.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Within the last couple of weeks, I was going to ask him what he thought what the European perspective is, because they may have different couches. I know they drive on the other side of the road in a lot of European countries. So what was your opinion of it?
There's only one side in the game, so
I'll be honest. I think it's a fantastic game. You see, I didn't know it existed at all until I was on this show 2 years ago, and it was Richard. Is it Richard Reichard who said to me to try it out? So I did, and I was amazed by it. And actually, my son as well. He's kind of into old computers a bit, but there's two games that he loves on the CoCo. There's Popstar Pilot, and I showed him Nightmare Highway as well. I said, look, don't expect too much because it's not great. It's a bit crap, But I said, try it out and see. See what you think. So no, he was well pleased with it too. So when I started this new gaming channel thing that I have going now, I said, well, we'll give it a little shot and we'll see, because nobody has really heard of it, But I'll be honest, it's after getting an awful lot. The video it gets comments saying, but a lot of people have said that they would like to try it out. So I mean, that's a fairly good.
Well, those people, whoever they are, before they go and get help, they're in luck, because starting back at 1 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, the electronic version of the CoCo Fest version of Nightmare Highway is be on sale for just $1, $1 single dollar. So that's not even a euro. That's not even a euro. I mean, so
that's not even a euro. I'll be putting my hand in my pocket for that one, because I missed the buck off sale. I thought that was good, actually.
Well, this is even better. Yeah. This is just the buck on or buck you.
It's not. It's like loads of bucks off. It's 4 buck off 4 times.
Yes, exactly. And it's at Ken's CoCoCorner.itch.io.
And for those that don't know or are new to the game, what is the difference between the CoCo Fest edition and the original freeware version you got?
So you actually have to pay for the CoCo Fest version, so it's even worse value than the original. Plus, it also has one more feature where if you collect the letters Terry, you get a brief time of invulnerability. So if you go through and not only collect the fuel, dodge the couches, collect the letters, and when you go into that, you can go into high gear without fear of hitting a couch.
That's
and
awesome.
Causing yourself time. So
the power of Terry, I believe it's
the
called.
Power of Terry. Yes.
They call it
also
couch.
Not licensed.
Do they call it couch something else in England?
Sofa, maybe?
Davenport sofa.
But my main question there for Terry is, why, Terry, didn't you use your power when you saw the couch in front of you?
It wasn't available until after Mr. Reichard created such a feature. But
Yes,
Nice.
I've lobbied the Ohio Department of Transportation to also add that to all roads, but I haven't got anywhere yet.
Yeah.
Plus,
Now,
I think
did you
Terry not
create a
collected all the
European
letters of
version
his
so
name
that
yet.
You have lorries and everything, and you spell color correctly and all that stuff.
Add a boss battle where there's a pit group.
Yeah.
Yeah. And the next
No,
version's
but
going to have what, love seats a little bit smaller or something? I'm not sure.
Because
That was a
that's,
question
that's
for
the
Ken.
other thing. That's the other thing with the game is it's not just one couch. It'd be a lot easier if there was just one couch in the game.
Yeah.
Well, it would have been nice if, like in the game, you just have to drive over things for fuel, so I didn't have to make any stops. But you know, that
I don't
that's
recommend
another thing
doing that for real.
Stryker added.
Unless you have a catheter.
Yeah, I don't recommend driving over fuel pumps for real. It tends to, cause fires, and BP frowns on that. So
So for those that want to download it or get the CoCo Fest edition on sale, what's the system requirements for it?
a color computer,
It turns on.
4K? 16K?
16K.
16K. Okay. 1, 2, or 3, doesn't matter.
Does not matter. 1, 2, or 3.
So those 4K CoCo 1 users are out of luck.
Yeah,
you
but
you disc basic.
yes, it's disk basic.
So you're going to be searching for inspiration for the next CoCo Fest. So somebody else needs
Waiting
to
for
do
your next
that.
accident.
Somebody else self-sacrificed the vehicle for it this time, not Terry.
Something.
So at any rate, Ken brought out the game. Was it the next CoCo Fest, or did you release it before that? I can't remember.
It was the original version of the game was before. I think it was July or August. I don't remember. And then my brother came up with the suggestion we were going to go to CoCo Fest and come up with a CoCo Fest edition where even if you just change the graphics on it, just as mostly a joke, like the whole thing's been mostly a joke. And that's when I decided, well, I can't just do that. I'm going to add the power of Terry, add something to the alleged value. And we had those ready, had a few physical copies ready to go to CoCo Fest, and then the world ended.
You know, it's funny. We had a elevator mishap at one CoCo Fest, and no program came around.
Don't remind me, Ron.
Yeah, I had only come up with a title for that, but I haven't come up with a game. It's Elevator in Action.
Yeah, I was going to say there's a few people that were stuck with me in an elevator. That's terrifying enough.
Several are on the panel right now.
Yeah.
Are they suffering from PTSD?
No, it's Curtis's fault. Just let everybody know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ron,
The
don't
worst
expect
thing
your check
about
this
that-
week.
No,
Wasn't the original plan to sell the game at CoCo Fest? There was going to be an option to have it autographed, and if you didn't want it
yes.
autographed, it was going to cost more.
It was going to be $10 autographed and $15 not autographed.
Are we talking your autograph, Ken, or Terry's?
Well, no,
That'd be
it'd be
Ken.
20 for
anybody.
Terry's autograph. For my autograph, that's my autograph is what lowers the value considerably.
So, okay, so after the game was out and then you ended up making a special edition later on, the song got worked on. Now, who's the one that initiated that?
That would be me.
Blame Rick.
Pardon me? So that would be me. I came up with the song. It was actually sort of crowdsourced. Who came up with the third verse? It's all kind of fuzzy now.
I know Nick Moroto, who can't be here today, contributed to one of them. I'm not sure if it's the third.
That's probably who wrote the third verse. But I wrote the rest of it. And Bruce Moore produced it and did some background vocals, and all kinds of people kind of chipped in. And we sort of got on Discord and came up with the lyrics. And so,
Rick, how many games are mentioned in that song?
20.
Wow.
The sort of one of the inspirations for the song was the song. Well, I'm thinking of like American Pie, but also We Didn't Start the Fire. I wanted to do a song that combined as many, just like We Didn't Start the Fire combines a whole bunch of historical events together, just as many as the guy can jam in there. And American Pie throws in a bunch of historical stuff that's just jammed in as much as he can put in. I wanted to do the same thing with all the CoCo games that we were so happy about with. So I'm starting to write the first verse. And it's like, well, I got to put in. So let's start writing down some games, and let's just start jamming those together and just get as many as we can in. And so it's like, okay, you got some time to kill. Might play a little Zaxxon. You got to mention Zaxxon first of all, and then it's like. And then I'm thinking of all the songs, all of the games that Dale and I did. So then it's like, okay, I'll wait until the second or third to mention one of my games. Might double back to play a little Temple of Rum, Dungeons of Daggerith. Well, what's next? Well, color baseball, certainly. You got to put that in there. And then it just,
Sea Dragon.
the next thing that popped into my head, but
Oh, we're losing you there, Rick.
oh, that's got to go in there. But after that, it's like the greatest of them all. What would be the greatest game of all? And people are going to they're going to disagree on that, and somebody might get their feelings hurt. And I already mentioned Zaxxon and Dungeons of Daggerith, so that takes care of two of the obvious candidates. And then I thought, what if I went for comedy and went the other direction? Something that wasn't the greatest of all. And it's like, really, Nightmare Highway is actually not a crap game. It's actually a fine game, but it is not the greatest of them all. And when you hear the commercial that they did for it, it's obvious that they're going for the humor of basically saying just that. It's like, of all the games this year, this is one of them. If you got it for free, you paid too much. I played the song for my relatives, and they didn't understand where I was coming from until I played them the commercial, and then they said, now we see it. So that's basically
quick question before you go on, Rick. I have a quick question for you. If I'm understanding this right, you were actually writing this song before Nightmare Highway was even involved with it then? You were just doing a general CoCo song, and then you decided to add that in when you started to change it to comical?
I think that Nightmare Highway maybe had just come out or had come out a little bit before I started. So it existed when I started writing the song.
But it wasn't the inspiration for the initial start of the song.
That's true, actually, now that you think about it. Now that I think about it. So I was just going to, the plan was to put together a song with as many CoCo games as I can think of. And while writing the song, I came up with the idea of having Nightmare Highway be the focus of the song. And then, and then I point out, it's like the self-deprecating humor is all throughout it. It's like, it's got a road and it's got a car. Wow. I mean, I am overwhelmed already, dodge the furniture. And then I thought, oh, now I can sneak in and you'll be a pop star. It's like, get one more reference in there. So,
and then you had Nick Marotta, of course, doing his little comments after each one. It's got a car.
I told him to do that. Yeah.
Road.
It's got a road. It's got a car. Okay.
So Bruce, what was your exact involvement? Did you do other instruments and vocals? Did you do the mixing, et cetera, too? Or how did that work?
Yes, he did.
Yeah, well, right. When we got talking about it, then I said, well, hey, I can like fill this out instrumentally for you and stuff. And they're like, yeah, okay. So then I put a template of the music together with the drum stuff and all that, and then I sent that to Nick Marotta, and he did his ukulele to it, and sent that to Rick, and he sang to it, and they sent their stuff back, and I just put it together, and then I did my Nightmare Highway, yes, backing vocals, something that the more ridiculous the better for the name of the tune. And
this was all done during the pandemic.
Yeah.
So this is very pandemic-ish.
Yeah. We had nothing else to do.
That's true.
Yeah. So that's how that went initially. Yeah.
And then we sprung it on these guys. Remember that? I think Ken had no idea that it was coming. Nobody's
Yes,
saying
I remember when you came, Nightmare High, when you came to that part, I remember Ken on the screen, like, he's like, and then suddenly I just see him do this.
Yes.
Live during the show. Oh my gosh.
Ken, when you unmute yourself, is that what you felt too, or?
Oh, yes, it's exactly what I thought. I forgot I was muted. That's just another pandemic throwback where the most used phrase was "you're on mute."
Yes.
Just that I was quite surprised, humiliated, and honored at the same time, which is a very strange combination. It's kind of like, I don't know what it's like. It's sort of like.
And then Terry, the first time you heard it, did you get the same kind of reaction? Because of course it's directly involving you as well.
Oh yeah, I heard it when it was exposed to Ken, and I watched him breaking down, and I was like, "This is amazing! I'm just loving it." Yeah, I think he's recovered, but during Rick's description, I think Ken was starting to get into the I need Prozac zone.
Yeah, PTSD was kicking in.
Yo, Terry, Terry, I like your word choice. You didn't say it was premiered. You said exposed. Good word choice.
That was about it. It's like, oh gosh. I just impressed that everybody kept it secret.
Yeah, I'm quite surprised to learn that it really truly was a secret, because it's really hard to keep these things from people. You know, it's like you tell them, I figure you tell them, oh, Ken, you got to be on this show. Well, why? No, we can't tell you, but you got to.
It's special.
Yeah. It's really special. You'll agree once you hear it, and usually they figure out something's going on, but apparently it really was a surprise. So I got to sing it during CoCo Fest too. That was kind of.
I was
fun.
just going to bring that up because Terry got to see you do it
Yeah,
live.
I'm sorry. Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, no. There's nothing to say there. It just happened. I only sang it once. I should have just gotten everybody together, because when you look at the YouTube video of it, I'm just singing it in a corner of the room, and Terry's there videoing me. But the whole room is just like everybody's talking at once. And they're all laughing and talking, and nobody's paying any attention except for about 5 people in the corner of the room. And there I am doing it. And I did it once, and that was it. Which is, I probably should have done it more times than that. But oh well. But that's all I really have to say about that.
I was going to say, Rick, did you pre-plan that you were going to play it for Terry? Did that just spontaneously come when he came up and met you, or how did that happen?
I brought my guitar intending to do it at least once. And we were in the same corner of the room, and there was really nothing going on at the time. So I just figured, well, this is just as good a time as any, and brought out the guitar and just played it.
I remember it as we were talking, and somebody said, well, that's Terry. And he goes, wait a minute, Terry Steen? And then you had this look on your face like, that's you? And then that's when you pulled me aside and said, oh, I got to do something here. And then I was honored with my own personal serenading from.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
I don't know what I value more, the fact that I got that from you, or I got a personally autographed copy of Shanghai that I've had since I was a kid.
Oh my goodness. Let me tell you, when people come to me and say, oh, please, sir, would you autograph this game? I got it. When I was a kid, I had to mow lawns all summer to get the money to buy this game. It's like, okay, that makes my little heart go pitter pat. It's like, oh, that's just awesome for me. Figuring out what kind of pens to use and what color Sharpie and exactly how one signs one's autograph and what sort of stylistic aspects that should have. That is something I never thought I would need to research. So that's really quite a special time for me.
Yeah, we've had some strange signings at CoCo-related events before. Pen Fest. Jason, you were there too, I think. When Mark Hawkins from Microwave was there during the 20th anniversary of the CoCo thing, and somebody ran up to him, I can't remember who it was, and then just stuck his back right in Mark's face. Here, sign my back on my shirt. And Mark's kind of like, what?
He was already a little freaked out when he came up to talk, and everybody, brought up the the picture on all the CoCo 3s there at the
Yeah,
show. Too.
everybody did the control reset to show his picture.
Oh, right. Yeah.
Anyone ask you to sign their chest?
No, they have not, and they will not.
It's never the right kind of people who do that anyway.
No.
Can we?
No chests will be signed.
Can we expect
unless it's a treasure chest full of gold, from the Temple of Doom, or rather the Forest of Doom.
Temple of Ram, the Forest of Ram, the Temple of Doom.
Rick,
hey, go ahead, Bruce. You were saying something?
Well, Rick, are you now you're bringing a guitar this year?
Oh, of course.
Okay, so is there going to be? Are we going to stage it somewhere?
That is a good question. We probably should.
I was thinking of bringing a small.
Now that everybody knows, and now that everybody knows it's actually a thing, we should probably do that. Yeah, I agree.
You should play on the couch.
Maybe on Saturday evening, like before the supper starts or something like that, where we're all going to be still there for the supper. Type thing. That might be a good time to do it.
It's a little scary. I'm starting to picture like Animal House where everybody's singing Louie Louie. This will be the CoCo Fest version.
I'm not wearing a toga. Sorry.
I'm just hoping, I hope nobody grabs my guitar and smashes it on the stairway.
I might bring a small sound system, so
yeah,
I'll drag the microphone out and we can just.
The other thing that was kind of gratifying to me, if you see the YouTube video of me playing it live at CoCo Fest, is all the people singing along and knew all the lyrics. Okay, that was a surprise for me. Kind of liked that.
Got a road. It's got a car.
Oh, yeah.
It's got a car.
Every time it plays, you have to sing along with it.
Yep. And then I did the little lyric change that everybody liked.
Do we have that clip to run for everyone?
Yeah, for the people that haven't seen it before, I'd like to play the live clip where Rick was serenading Terry.
There's a lot of crowd noise in it, but I think you may be able to make out what's going on. So are you going to do that?
I think so. Does Mark have that queued up?
No, it's not queued up at all.
Okay.
The producer's fired.
That's a surprise. Let me see if I can find it.
I'll send you the link.
Okay, great.
Cool. Yeah, I'd like to do that Saturday night since we've got the supper
Absolutely.
that everybody's kind of paid into. That's where the most people are going to be staying at the hotel, and there'll be a bit of a gap, between the show shutting down, the seminar shutting down, and the supper. That'd be a perfect time to do it where everybody's gathered in a room type thing and just go for it.
Mm-hmm. I was thinking about doing it during my presentation, but for some reason that didn't seem like a good idea.
Well,
And
the
I
thing
don't
is, if you
remember
do it
why
during the
that was.
presentation, some people are still working the show floor. They won't get to see it.
That's
some people
true.
just don't want to see that particular seminar or busy with something else. They won't get to see it. This is the
I
one
think-
time we'll have everybody at once.
I think the reason was it was being streamed, and the people who were watching the stream wouldn't really get a good audio mix because there weren't the right microphones for that or anything. It's just good for, in a room with some people.
Actually,
So
Terry,
that's
how did your recording of it turn out? I don't think we've ever seen that either.
I think mine came out pretty good. I don't think I've uploaded it to anybody, but I can share it. And if you guys like it and want to post it someplace, you could do that.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's a great idea.
I'd like to do that because
I
you were
didn't-
like right there, so you probably didn't get as much of the ambient room noise.
I didn't even know that existed.
Yeah, I just have mine's up on my YouTube channel. I put the
And then I can't remember when I watched the video, which I just watched the video just before I came on here, because I'm, narcissistic like that. At the end, Terry says, best something I ever had. I think it was best picture I ever had, or I don't know.
I thought it was best like car accident.
I have found alive.
I think I said that was the best gift I've ever had.
Oh, that's what it was. Well, great. Glad you think so.
By the way, Terry, I want to mention the chat. The Taylor and Amy show said we want an autograph on the sofa.
Okay, I've found the live version.
Okay, we'll play that. We'll do that as the outro to this gathering of the night we're hiring people. So thanks to everybody for coming in. I didn't tell Terry ahead of time where he was going to get all you guys on that were involved in making the game and the song. So it was a bit of a surprise for him. And let's watch him get serenaded by Rick.
All right, let's see if I can do this here.
See if we can get no echo this time.
Hang on, I don't have any. hold on just a second here. I've got to share a screen so that everyone else.
All right, we're doing it live.
Yep, we're doing it live.
We're
Hold
smooth
on
as
here.
always. That's all.
Hang on, I got to share sound so everyone on the panel can hear this thing.
Well, if it creates the echo, then don't.
I'm not sure what was creating the echo. Let's see.
Got some time to kill, might play a little that song. Might double back and land me some Temple of Rom. Dungeons and Dagger and color baseball. None can hold a candle to the greatest of them all. Nightmare Highway. Nightmare Highway. Sure, I love a sailor man. Firefall. Might go on a rampage for some super pitfall. Shanghai me into a game of rover demon attack. But sooner or later, you know I've got to go back to Nightmare Highway. Nightmare Highway. It's got a road. It's got a road. It's got a car. It's got a car. Dodge the furniture and you'll be a pop star. Well, okay, I guess I might as well admit, to tell the truth, this game really ain't worth Nightmare Highway. Nightmare Highway. I used to bow down to the Donkey King. Grabber and Cashman used to be my thing. Megabug, buzzard bait, Sea Dragon too. But none of them can satisfy as much as you do. Nightmare Highway. Nightmare Highway. Nightmare Highway. Nightmare Highway. Nightmare Highway.
Yeah. Oh man, the best acting I ever had. Oh, that's awesome. Thank you so much, man.
The power of Terry, ladies and gentlemen.
These guys are great.
This whole thing was a crowdsourced event.
And there you go, folks. Now, I will mention there is a country version. I'm not going to put it in here because I do want to get on with the interview, but on the outro when the show ends, we'll play the country version too, so you guys can hear the alternate version. Actually, before we get into the actual interview here, what was the story behind the country version from you people involved with that?
It was just me.
It was just
COVID.
him.
I was bored.
He surprised me with it.
It's another pandemic thing? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, I just like, Yeah, I just did it and then just sent it to Rick. I think that was it, right?
Yeah. It's like, he said, I got something for you. And I said, well, what's that? Oh, here. I was like, whoa, okay. That's pretty great.
So, Mark, for the outro to the show today, do you have a link for the country version?
Yes, that is queued.
Okay, cool.
That is handy. Just the live one wasn't handy.
Okay.
Good. You keep your job, man.
Anyway, a big thanks to everyone that was involved, from Ken Riker to Rick Adams to Bruce Moore to Nick Marotta, for creating the game, then creating the songs, and doing it live for Terry himself. And thanks for Terry for going through all that trauma just to inspire a game. And so I hope you enjoyed actually in virtually meeting everybody that was involved, except for, unfortunately, Nick couldn't make it. But
Oh yeah, instant classic. I love it.
and now we'll get back to the regularly scheduled interview. This is where it gets boring. So the first boilerplate question we ask every guest is basically, what is the first computer that you ever used and the first one that you ever owned?
I would have to say the first one I ever used was some Model 1s in a high school lab where they, well, it wasn't really a lab. It was some teacher put some in that they could play asteroids on if they got all their work done. So I got a chance to play on those. And then it was shortly after that, we started doing computer shopping. And man, it was a struggle for a while, where it was we would drive to Radio Shack, play around on the color computer, and then we'd go over to the Apple store and play on the Apple and back and forth. And kind of like the same thing today where you say, well, this one is cheaper and it's more established and there's 10,000 Radio Shacks and everything. So we settled on the color computer. So when I brought it home, I was like, okay, how do I use it now? And so it really did. It started out from, I've used one sitting on a desk at the school, but I've never actually used a computer before at home. So I had to figure out, well, okay, I had to read that book, which is great, the best instruction manual that you could ever get, and learned how to do the C save and all that stuff. So yeah, it took a long time just to figure out, okay, how do I save programs? How do I skip programs and everything? It was fun, just going from zero to here's a computer, figure out what to do.
So how early were you in on the CoCo then? Was this like a 4K you originally got, or were you already?
Yeah, I had a 4K standard basic, the 1.0 basic ROM. So it was one of the first ones that was out. I don't know exactly, everybody like, well, what was your serial number? It's like, I don't know. I just know it was for Christmas that year. So Christmas 81, 82. God, I'm getting old. Yes, it's junior and high. So it must have been 81. Yeah. So yeah,
because by that time I think there was only the 16K model, maybe extended basic. Because discs weren't out yet for sure.
Oh yeah. I remember looking at the catalog, and the first time I saw a disc drive, I think it was like $400 to get your first drive, and I was like, well, I'll never get that.
They were 800 here in Canada, the first ones.
Oh God!
Of course, our dollar was only worth like a trifle. So what got you started in programming versus just using computers, or had you already started at the school at the Model 1? Like, did you get attracted to them for the programming side, or was it like, oh, there's this cool thing I can play games on, or what was the
yeah, well, like most kids at that time, you were getting addicted to video games. You'd gone from Pong to Defender was out and everything like that, and then the computer was possibly going to be used for games, and I was using it with the basic programs, and I'm like, this it just doesn't seem to be. I'm not going to be able to do anything that I'm seeing in the video games with this thing. So, what's going on? And I had really been for about 3 years getting into electronics. And so when I was in California, because I got it when we were living in Spokane, Washington, then I moved to San Diego, California, and I was lucky to get into an electronics shop. And I was talking to my electronics shop teacher, and he's like, oh, well, bring in your computer. We can look at it and everything. And he opened it up and he's like, oh yeah, you've got a 6809 microprocessor. And then he got me the data sheets for it. And I was like, I know how this thing works now. And that's when I started going after the machine language programming, because I was like, if I can just figure out how to control that chip, I can get whatever I need. And, it just went from there where you learn, oh, okay, well, now I know how memory works. Now I know where the ROMs are. Now I know how to control the video and the SAM chip and all that stuff. So I came at it more of, I was controlling the electronics rather than learning how to program. So
electronics is more your first love at this point than even the programming was, or?
Oh yeah, I've always loved electronics, and the CoCo was great because it just let me just move right into that. I sat with the 1609 handbook, sitting there looking at it with the, a lot of people would be like reading how software states work or something like that maybe, and I was sitting there reading, oh, well, how many cycles until this would happen, and then I can load this register, because it made more sense when I looked at the electronics rather than when I looked at how people programmed. So I learned programming all on my own based on how I think loops and control lines should happen and things like that, which isn't always the best for game programming, because you don't learn, oh, well, how does this state machine work, or how can you set up a stack so that you can pull data off and everything. It's like, no, I'm just sitting there trying to control a chip. It's not the same thing as, say, and I did later on start to make control routines so that I could control individual characters. And some of that was based on a thing Dale Lear did at Rainbow Fest in Chicago, 88. And where he started talking about how to control individual characters. And I was like, oh, okay, I can set up a structure for this. And that made a big difference. So, you learn from others, you pass information back and forth, and you kind of get a feel for how you can expand yourself over time.
Okay. And then, so what tools did you use for doing, like when you switched to assembly? Obviously, you would have done basic stuff first, so the basic manuals you mentioned. Did you use EdTASM, or did you migrate to a different assembler, or what did you use for developing your?
Yeah, the first assembly I did was just writing the commands out by hand and then calculating what the hex values are
and poking them all in,
poking them into memory. Yeah. So the first assembler was these hands and my head
and a piece of paper. Yeah.
Yeah, and then I broke down and got an EdTASM cartridge, and I used that to write the first couple of things that I was getting my feet wet on, and I made the really stupid game Snafus, and then after that I decided, okay, I need something that I can use a disk drive, and the best one I could find was MicroWorks, and so I got the MicroWorks assembler, and I love that one because you could. And I just recently learned, it's like the later disk EdTASM. I didn't realize, they had expanded it so much, because I liked MicroWorks because you had macros and include files and multiple FCBs and everything like that made programming so much easier. And just in the last couple of weeks, talking to Nick Marentis, and he made a recommendation for the assembler he was using. And I looked at that and I'm like, oh, well, this is just a modified version of EdTASM, but it's got all the things that I had in the MicroWorks. And I'm like, well, maybe I'll shift over to this one, because the MicroWorks hasn't been updated forever. So I can't do 6309 unless I make my own patches to it. So
yeah.
I think I'm going to be probably using the one that Nick recommended. But for a while there, I used LWS Tools, the assembler that he put together, and it was great. But I'm like, I like to actually work on the physical CoCo, so I can't use that one while I'm using the CoCo to try things out.
Yep, that's you and me and Nick, and I think we're the only ones that still do that. Most other people use the cross assembler stuff. So, like Rick Adams, I don't think you do anything natively on the CoCo assembler stuff. But.
Right, I do it on a Raspberry Pi with LW ASM, and then I use DriveWire to move it across.
Yeah, so it's cool that we've got all these different options for doing, different tools, and if you want to do cross assembly, if you want to do it native on the CoCo, it's all available. So you can do whatever way you're comfortable with, or get kicked, scratches the nostalgia itch type thing. Because me just running it normally on modern stuff, I do use it for some projects, like the Petsky Robots one. Jay started that with LWASM, so that's what I'm using there. But my OS9 stuff is still all done on the CoCo, just because it's muscle memory at this point.
Yeah, it has a feel that makes you feel. It's not so much nostalgic.
Takes you back.
It's just, this is the machine. This is not an emulator. This is not somebody took a Cray computer and made something that makes it act like a CoCo.
Yeah. I don't think you'll get an argument from Nick or me on that one.
Emulators drive me mad.
What's that?
Emulators drive me mad. They're just so fussy, and it's like, well, the machine's fussy enough. Well, I don't need an additional layer of fussiness. So I like to do things on the actual machine.
Yeah, I think you do your development on elsewhere, but the actual testing of the code you do on the actual machine. And then one thing that you came up with during we were emailing back and forth, kind of laying groundwork for the interview here. One thing you mentioned that you were quite involved with the BBS scene in the early '80s too, and you would swap code and get in contact with other CoCo programmers and stuff. I ran a BBS here, and we did have some CoCo people, but I didn't know too many CoCo programmers. There's most people like, where can I pirate the latest game type thing. Yeah. So what kind of people did you actually find in contact with that And how did you meet them, and how did you guys end up swapping, how to code versus just being the little pirate boy in the corner?
Yeah, I met a lot of pirate swappers. There's a lot of them out there. But there's a guy who wrote Whirlybird Run, and
yeah, Brett Norman
we connected, and he actually sent me a copy of his assembly code for that, which I wish I could find it. I've been digging through my disk, but I got to look at how he did his program, and he was at the time he was like 14, and I sent him all my stuff, and we only, I guess in the old days when people talk about long distance, it's like they don't realize that, yeah, you used to have to pay for that, but
yeah, you'd wait till after midnight, so it's 60% off or whatever.
Yeah, so probably only about 45 minutes of actual talking. The rest of it was just sending messages via BBS, and I got a little bit of training from him, but like I said, I was kind of impressed, because it's like 14 years old, and he's published with I think it was Spectral Associates or something like that,
Yep.
that it got released under. And I'm sitting there with my stuff, and I'm like, yeah, this kid's kicking my ass.
Yeah, I mean, he was when Spectral had their one and only Prism Trophy, their big game writing contest. Whirlybird Run was the first place winner, and he supposedly got a $2,000 bonus plus a publishing with Spectral for it and a trophy. And that was supposed to become an annual thing, but it never did. But out of the 3 entries that actually placed and got prizes, his was first, and well deserved. I mean, to fit Whirlybird Run into 16K was just insane.
Yeah, I think the last time I talked to him was probably like 85. And since then, I hadn't really come across any other real programmers that were on the CoCo. I felt like I was the only one out there.
Okay, so now we'll get into the first game you did, which is called Snafus, based on the original 1981 Intellivision game Snafu. There's some changes there, because the Intellivision one is up to 4 players simultaneously on the screen. Yours has 2. And you have all these little checkerboard of numbers. Is that score?
Yeah, each one, it was like a grid thing where it's like, okay, the bigger points would be on the top and bottom, so it would encourage you to go up and try to feed on the outside. And so it would be like 5, 4, 3, 2, and then 100s in the middle. And I decided to go ahead and say, okay, well, it'll be like I guess kind of like it was similar to the way Tron Light Riders would play or something like that. But it's just really just when you take a square, now that square becomes an obstacle. And then I gave you the option of having obstacles or not. And I made up a bunch of stupid obstacles. Like I did my name, the Starship Enterprise. I made a dragon. There's a rainbow in there.
Yeah, actually, we'll show off that. Actually, I forgot to set this up ahead of time, but Ken Waters has actually got some video of all your games. So he's got them set up for each game. And then Mark, if you can put Ken's screen up here, if he screen shares, we'll kind of just show the games while we're discussing.
Oh, okay.
Okay. I think, can we see that?
Yep.
Snafus.
Yeah, this is embarrassment time.
Well, this is your first one, right? Is this a first machine language game you completed, or had you done a few others and decided they're not good enough?
Yes, I'd never completed a machine language game ever until this one.
Yeah, and for the people familiar with Tron Light Cycles, this is a bit different. You can move diagonally too, not just up, down, left, right. So
yeah, you can go diagonally. So if somebody went diagonal, you can cross over their diagonal.
Yeah, and you had some little sound routines. We won't be playing the sound on here, but so this one was actually published in the issue 20 of T&D Software Tape Magazine, and it's kind of indicated you wrote it in '83. I don't know. I guess the first thing is, how did you kind of get hooked up with T&D? And I think that was Tom Dijkstrema or something like that was the guy's name.
Yeah. Well, there's T&D and Chromaset, and it was one of those things where I just realized, hey, these guys are selling programs. I wonder if they pay people to get. Hey, there's the dragons and
your name.
Yeah, and the eagles. What was that one? I kind of stole that one from Demon Seed, I think.
Okay.
But yeah, so I went ahead and got in touch with them, and they said, yeah, we buy software. You got to send us a cassette or a disc, and we'll evaluate it, and we'll make you an offer. And once I learned that, it's like when the bees find the flowers, they just keep going back there. So every time I had something I thought I might be able to get a little money for, I'd go ahead and send it off to them, and I wound up selling them quite a few, actually.
Yeah. So how did you just write to them based on a rainbow ad, or did you meet them at a fest?
Yeah, I saw the rainbow ads, and I just got in touch with them with the contact that they had on there. I don't know if it was, they didn't have emails back then, so I think it was just a phone call, and then I physically sent them a copy of the program in the mail.
Okay. Yeah, I just found my note here is Tom Dykema. I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing it right. Was the guy who was kind of running it. T&D.
Yeah. Yeah.
So what made you pick Snafu from the television? Was it a game you just really liked yourself, and that's the one you wanted to port, or was it because you'd never seen a CoCo version of it, or what was the?
Oh, well, I played Snafu on my Brothers in Television, and a lot of stuff came from my brother because Able Builders later on, that was his company. But I was playing it, and I'm like, I could make something like this. I can't make all the sound effects, and I can't make the high resolution graphics, but I could do something. And that's where I just came up with the idea of doing that. And then for some reason, back in the 80s, everybody thought if you take a name of something and you use it exactly the same way, you're going to get sued. So I said, well, I'll use the same name, but I'll pluralize it. So, but that's really the actual source of it.
So I'm sharing a screen here. I don't know if it's showing up in the stream yet. This is the final issue of Rainbow, which I believe was May of 1993. It was a newspaper format. And they had all these write-ups from the companies that had been involved with the CoCo since the beginning. And this is a picture here of, I believe, Tom and his wife that ran T&D. And if you look down over here in that area, you're actually mentioned by name with the help of some of our great authors, Andrew Pakrusky, Terry Steen, and Tom Mix, authors, just to name a few. You published over 2,000 programs and 11 years for the CoCo. So they gave you a shout out too. I don't know if you've ever seen that before.
I had no idea. I just thought they were a great source for getting money.
I was going to ask, if you don't mind me asking, what were, like, I have no idea what the tape magazines, Chromoset and TD, et cetera, what they paid for software. I'm assuming it's a one-shot payment, and that's,
Yeah, it was dependent on what they thought of it. Like I know some of them, they would just, it's like, oh, we'll give you $125. And I think one of them I got 250 or something like that. Okay. But it really just depended on what they thought of it.
Okay.
But but back in the 80s, $150, that was $150 back then.
Yeah, and me and Ken are sitting there thinking that's American dollars in the 80s when our dollar was worth like 60 cents or 70 cents. So
yeah,
we would have been rich.
I had the Jarb software guys, and when they went defunct, they went ahead and bought the rights to the software that I licensed to Jarb. I just had to change Jarb to T&D, and when I made that change, then they would go ahead and publish it and not have to worry about, okay, we're violating somebody else's license or something like that.
Yeah, I'll get into a bit more detail. So the next game that you released after this, just 2 months later, came out on Chromoset, which is a rival of T&D. And actually, Chromoset was the first tape magazine that CoCo had. They'd actually previously published stuff for the Tier City Model 1 and 3, too. And that was Able Builders, and that was the April 1984 issue there. And that's kind of loosely based on Activision's Kaboom. It's got the little guy running around dropping rivets. But you added some extra gameplay to it. There's a platform that lowers down towards the player every time you miss a rivet. And then every 10 rivets you catch, you can push it back up and you can actually crush the guy at the top.
Right.
So you added some pretty cool things to it. Honestly, I prefer it over Kaboom myself. But this was also inspired, as you mentioned earlier, by your brother's company. You want to kind of explain how that all came about?
Yeah, well, he was a contractor in San Diego, and he was working for a union, and he just decided, you know what, I want to go out and do my own business. And So he said, well, I'm gonna have to think of a name, and he just thought it was really a good idea to call his company Able Builders, so that if somebody said, well, can you do this? And you go, hey, we're able. And so he thought that was kind of a cool thing. And I was looking for something to use for my my game that I was starting to form together. And I say, hey, I'm going to go with the construction theme. And because, the Kaboom was just, I don't know if he was like a thief or a robber or something. Yeah. And he was just a menacing guy. And so I made this into Able Builders that was based on the guy catching the rivets. So if you could catch the rivets, it would push it back up and you could crush him. But as he moves down, it gets harder and harder to catch the rivets.
Yeah, and the game definitely gets faster and faster, just like the real Kaboom too. So.
Oh yeah, as he gets down there, it gets really tough. But yeah, that's the one. If anybody wants to know where I was back then, I was really smart. I put my address in the program. So
did you get a lot of feedback that way?
I actually did that so that I could get people to send me mail. I didn't get anything, but it's kind of funny because it's like nobody would ever do that today. It's like, oh, let me just dox myself,
Yeah, it's a totally different thing with privacy and stuff these days, isn't it?
Yeah. But yeah, that one was fun.
Was the pay from the two different companies roughly the same? Like they did kind of the same thing as far as buying software, or was it different between Chromoset and T&D?
No, they were actually very competitive with each other. And, it was one of those things where I think they had their own feel of what they wanted to produce. So if you sent them something, one might say, we're not really interested in, text editing, but the other one might be like, oh yeah, you got a word processor, we'd love to put that out. But as far as price and, working with you, they were about the same.
And they're both easy to work with, et cetera.
Yeah. I loved them both. I was actually surprised there were two of them. I'm like, wow, this is kind of like, they're competing against each other for subscriptions all the time. And they're advertising in the Rainbow. So it's like, it's like if the Rainbow and Hot Cocoa, if they were neck and neck all the time and they were advertising in the same publications.
Okay. And then the next two games they were released on the same issue of Rainbow on two different pages, 150 pages apart. I don't know why Rainbow did that, but Jarb had one full page ads, one in the first half and one in the second half of the magazine. And your two new games that appeared, I think it was the May 1984 issue of Rainbow magazine, actually had one on one of the pages and one on the other page, which is kind of weird. So how did you hook up with Jarb? And I think you explained to me in the email, the name Jarb, because I have no idea where that name came from, is actually based on the owners' names, isn't it?
Yeah, it's Joe and Barbara. So they just put Joe and Barb together and made Jarb.
Okay. And the two games you made were The Gunfighter and Gray Lady. Now, which one of those did you actually do first, programming-wise? Obviously, they got released.
Gunfighter.
Okay. And that one also, I think, is your first one that had multi-voice music routines too, didn't it?
Yeah, it had multi-voice music, and it was the first one where I actually had something that was like two people meant to be interactive rather than competing against each other. You had to actually face off with each other, one-on-one shooting, trying to shoot one, dodge the bullets and everything like that.
Yeah, and it's a two-player only game. That was about the only issue I had, especially during the pandemic, trying to play yourself because it kind of gets boring quick. But it was based on, there's two arcade games, black and white ones from the 70s. There was Gunfight, I think it was 1975, which basically just had your two players shooting each other. You had 6 bullets, and that was it. And then 2 years later, Boot Hill came out where they added the cactus and the moving wagon. And the way you describe it is that, different items that are on the play field react differently to the bullets. Like some of them will absorb them, some of them will bounce them back. So there's a bit of strategy where you can actually ricochet bullets off to hit your opponent and stuff. So right. it's definitely based on the later one much more than the first one. And of course, yours is in color, so it's much better.
Yeah, and that's what I was like, okay, that's where I had to start worrying about things like collision detection, and I was looking at it and I was thinking, well, why don't I code everything so that red would be a ricochet, the blue, which should be green like a cactus, it would shoot right through it. White, the bullet would get stuck inside of it, and black won't be affected at all. It just keeps moving. And that's basically how I came up with getting the behavior of the bullets. So, there's a few places on the wagon where there's I get orange by mixing red and yellow. So if you hit it in one place, or red and white. So if you hit it in one place where there's a white pixel, it'll stick. But if you hit it just over where the red pixel is, it'll ricochet off of the wagon. So it was fun, learning how to look at a screen to figure out what you're going to do next.
And here I'm showing the actual the May 1984 ad from Jarb. And this is the one that actually had a picture.
Yeah.
Now, were you involved with the artwork at all? Was that come from Jarb themselves, or?
Yeah, I was actually really surprised. I went down to visit them, and they had shown me the artwork on a I think it was 8.5 by 11 cardstock that some artist had drawn for them, and they gave me that one. And I'm not sure where it's at. I hopefully I will find it someday, but I don't know if I still have it or not. But they also did another one for Gray Lady, which I don't think I've ever seen printed, where it's a submarine coming up out of the water with seaweed on it and things like that.
Okay. And one thing I noticed in the ad here that we didn't see too often, this was a very brief history of time in the CoCo's life, where they not only sold games for the CoCo or programs for the CoCo on disc and on cassette, but this is when they were also selling them for the AM disc cartridges, which didn't last too long. Did you actually have one of those, or is that something Jarb did on their own as well?
No, I didn't have one of those, but Jarb, if you look at their stuff, they do hardware and software, and they some of their stuff was, we sell stuff that's from other companies. So if you're ordering something from Jarb, you could also order something that, Tom Mix sold or something like that. So they tried to make themselves as universal as possible to keep their sales going. So if somebody's like, oh, well, I want it on this media, it's like, oh, well, we don't do that. It's like, well, you just lost the sale. So.
And how did these sell through Jarb? I mean, Jarb, like you said, was kind of a mixture of hardware and software. It wasn't a pure gaming company like, say, a Tom Mix or a Spectral type thing. So just wondering, how did they sell?
Yeah, they were all just mail order. Back then it wasn't very complicated. You call them up, and I think in one of their ads, or maybe at the bottom of the screen on that shot, it says, check, money order, or COD. And I'm like, wow, I haven't heard COD for a long time.
No charge cards, please.
Yeah.
They even have an after hours BBS there too listed, that I hadn't noticed before.
Yeah, they did have that too. But no, it's just a man and his wife running. They had a little, like, I want to say strip mall, but it wasn't even a strip mall. It was just like a little office plaza, and they were on the second floor with a really small storefront. But people come in there and they'd be playing video games in there or something like that, trying stuff out. But it had all the Ziploc bags with floppies on the wall.
That brings back memories. And then in the same issue of Rainbow, the second game, which I'll let Ken bring up the gameplay of first, and I'll show the ad afterwards, which is Gray Lady, which is actually, I think, my favorite out of your games, personally. There's a good bit of variety as you go through the different levels.
Yeah, I really am glad that people like that. I was surprised because I thought people would get kind of like, oh, this is just shooting ships, but after talking to some people, it's like, no, they did find it challenging, which it's really based on, getting a certain percentage. And I think it's 40% of the ships you got to get. And if they were all the same speed and they were all the same size, it'd be really easy. But I got, the PT boats, the destroyers, the carriers, the cruisers, and they all go at different rates. So you can't just sit there and shoot them as they come out of the gate. They'll get right by you.
Yeah. So you got the time limit. Like on this first level here we're seeing now, you basically just try to get your 40% of the ships by the time the timer runs out. Right. And then you have the second level, you have the obstacles, they're mines or something, these things that you can hit, but they don't get destroyed and you have to shoot around them.
Yeah, that's the mines right there. And, you can chip away at them, but, I think you have to shoot them like 8 times to completely destroy a mine and get it out of your way. But
and then they start shooting back in the later levels. They start drawing, depth charges at you, and then you got a fourth screen, which is a combination. You have to shoot around the mines and dodge depth charges all at once.
Right. Did you guys make it to a depth? Yeah, there you go. I like the depth charges. You got to hit the depth charges because if they get down to your level, they explode.
You die.
They kill you. Yeah, it's
Yep.
done.
So you're still trying to get your 40% of the ships. At the meantime, if you let even one of those depth charges hit the bottom, you die. So you got a lot of things
Yeah.
to keep track of.
Yeah, maybe we should have done that one for Game On Challenge.
We haven't done it yet, so it can still come up. So I'll show the ad from that one as well. The very first ad, anyway. You weren't the headliner on this page.
No, that adventure game generator, that was really popular. And the same artist did the drawing for that one.
Okay. And then yours is here on the bottom, New Gray Lady. And no, and then also once again the AmDisc cartridge included, and it also supported speech if you had an SCO1 based voice pack, which I thought was interesting. Is that something you had a voice pack and you wanted to use it for something, or did they tell you to do that? Or
I really wanted to try to get voice and everything, and I didn't have much of anything, but I did have that sound pack and or the voice cartridge, and so it would tell you minds and it would say things to you, it's like give you your score or something like that. But it was mostly just adding a little frill at the end, where they would announce, mine's captain's mind, or something like that. Or yeah, and if you cleared a screen, it would say full steam ahead.
Got a question from AC's 8-Bit Zone in the chat here. Said, does Terry still have the source assembly for his games?
Some of them I do. And oh gosh, hold on. I have a lot of files that are like, if somebody wants to retype it.
We've had people do that before, so.
But it's really sad when you're working on a project and you don't have a hard copy. Some of the stuff I worked on that I just kind of abandoned and stopped working on, I was like, you know what? I really want to open that back up again and mess with it, but I have no source code. So I just know what it looked like when I was working with it, and I can't tell you possibly how I was doing all the routines, and I don't want to go back and rebuild it. So.
Now, you'd mentioned in our emails back and forth that there's some discs you have that are giving you eye errors and you can't get to the.
Oh yeah. I think. Oh God, I've got about 200 discs altogether, and I've been going through. I even got I bought a new floppy drive from somebody in Japan off of eBay, and I hooked it up, and it's like, hey, this one's a little bit better. I can actually read some stuff off of it. I don't have a grease weasel, so.
Yeah, and I was actually asked if David's still in the call. I don't know if he is, but he's actually been working with some of those low-level ones that does like flux transitions and stuff, so you can actually pull that out that is otherwise ungettable.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
He might be able to help you with some of those if you have some discs that you just can't read. Maybe send them to him, and he can, or bring them to the fest and give them to him, and then he can try to.
I might actually use him for that because I don't have the patience for it. I don't think, and I also have the added problem that I've got. IBM disc mixed with CoCo disc, so I might be sitting there trying to find something, and it's like, oh no, this is an IBM PC disc, so throw that in the trash.
So these being your two games released through a commercial company versus a tape magazine type thing, was that something you had tried shopping the first two games around to other companies as well, and they just said that's not what we're looking for right now, or is this when you decided I've published two through these guys, Chromaset and T&D? I think I can do better and actually get up to like a full-blown software company.
Yeah, and that's basically what I did. Is I took the same way that I did the T&D and Chromaset, just went ahead and made cover letters essentially saying, I'm a software author. I'd like to have you evaluate, decide whether or not you'd like to sell my software. And then I just went through the Rainbow magazine and I just picked people out and said, I'm going to try these guys. And, I made, I think I sent off to about 10 or so. And, a lot of them, it's like, well, there's no way I'm going to get Tom Mix, but who knows where I'm going to get listed. And Jarb, they were kind of like, hey, we sell software from all over the place. we'd like to give you a shot and you can be one of our original authors. Because they had, I think there were 3 or 4 of us that were authors, and there was one guy who got in there doing hardware because he did a lowercase ROM adapter board. And I think that was about the limit of their actual people that were working there with them. Everything else was third-party software through them.
And then a little bit later, like you had mentioned earlier, that these ended up going on to T&D later on. And I think that's after JARB shut down, which must have been what, 85, 86, somewhere around there?
Yeah, I don't know when they shut down. I just know they're great people, but one day I didn't have any checks coming in for a few weeks. And then I said, I wonder what's going on. I called and I didn't get any answers. And then the rainbow ad stopped. And I'm like, okay, it must have been really bad for them because they didn't even call to say goodbye, but
oh, wow.
Things can get tough. If you're a couple of weeks from being able to pay your mortgage versus pay the rent on your office space, it's like, well, let's just sell all the software off to other people that we bought them from or third-party sources and close the store. And I think that's probably what happened.
So you weren't involved with that transition at all. You just kind of found it after the fact?
Yeah. I just kind of became aware that they weren't there anymore. And like I said, they were great people. It was fun. I went to a Rainbow Fest for the premiere of Gunfighter at a Rainbow Fest, and got to meet Lonnie Falk and Steve Bajork, and it was just, it was like all of a sudden, oh wow, all these people that I knew, they were all here, and I was meeting people for the first time that kind of like, oh, they were just a name in a magazine, and that was because of them. They got me able to go someplace like that, and that was fantastic. But
yeah, and you actually got to meet Steve at some user group meetings and stuff too, didn't you? At some point?
Yeah. We wound up inviting him to our Color Computer user group meeting in San Bernardino, is where I lived at that time. And well, actually, you can look it up on Able Builders if you want to know exactly where I lived.
Yeah, your address is right there.
Yeah.
Or former address.
But yeah, so he came out and he brought out his computer that he programmed on to show us, because he didn't write in the CoCo, he wrote in something else, and then fed it down to the ROM port so that he could feed directly into the computer. And I was like, well, that's pretty impressive. But so he was cross-assembling on another platform of some kind. I don't know what machine he was using, but we thought that was kind of cool. And he shared a few ideas on how to do routines and everything. And that's where I got the idea for how to do the two-tone harmony music and everything, because he described it enough that I was able to, oh, yeah, I know what you're doing. I think I could figure that out. And you make your own algorithm to do what they described, and voila, I got my own music routines.
Okay. And then just out of curiosity with JARB, how were sales there? Like, I'm assuming you got a percentage cut of whatever the final price was, and how many copies did you sell of each, or do you know?
Yeah. They sent me royalty checks, and I think I probably made about as much from JARB as I made from T&D when it went to them, because it was a little sparse, and I'm not really, I have to rely on them as to whether or not I was actually getting all of the royalties. But if I was getting as many sales as what I was getting checks for, then yeah, they were probably having a hard time keeping going. But altogether over the months, I think I did okay.
Okay. Yeah, and then they got released on T&D. It's the Gunfighter came out in issue 43, January 86, and Grey Lady on issue 44 the next month in February of 86. So it looked like the transition went fairly quick. And T&D and Chromaset both had a mostly standing rule that they would publish one ML game per issue. They wouldn't double up. Though occasionally after they started getting Tom Mix stuff, they would have one original and then one of the Tom Mix ones. But so did you get paid a flat rate by T&D the second time, like when they started getting these to sell?
Oh yeah, everything was flat rate with them.
Okay, so they actually they didn't buy the rights from JARB and then just okay, we've got these games now because they were owned by JARB type thing. They actually paid you another bit saying these are your original games we're now selling.
Yeah, Jarb was licensed as a royalty, and when they stopped making payments and staying in contact, I was free to go ahead and sell it to somebody else, because as long as they're not making sales, I was able to license it to somebody else. So that's why I was able to transition over. So they lost their privilege to be able to distribute, and I sold the rights outright to T&D and Chromaset at that point.
Okay. The next game up I've got here is Balloon Fire, which is rather famous because that's one we keep bugging you about. That was on T&D number 27, October 1984. Now, you mentioned in our email correspondence a couple of background stories to this one, including experiments with using random numbers to generate sound, and also the original game you were trying to clone when you started it, and it ended up being something totally different. So do you want to kind of explain the story behind that?
Yeah, sure. A lot of things are always experimental. You know, you're trying out different things. And with Gray Lady, I found that making random numbers and sticking them into the sound port gave me, you know, what could be used for explosions. And so I said, okay, let me do a couple other experiments where I would do random numbers, but I would send them off at different frequencies. And that's when I started getting things like the pop sounds when I did the explosion on Gray Lady, I essentially had the same explosion sound that I did on Balloon Fire, but I was able to sync it with the screen controls so that it shook and it changed color and things like that. But originally I was going to try to do something like Pooyan, and I had the little things made where the balloons were going to come out, and I was starting to get ready to work on making the pig and all that stuff. And Steve Ajort made Pooyan, and I said, well, I'm done making Pooyan.
Yeah, because I actually got the official license one out from that. So
yeah, you know, I was going to make some kind of cheesy knockoff, but it's like, who the heck's going to want to pay for this when they can pay for that? So, you know, with the great music and the animation and all this stuff that he does. So I just went ahead and said, well, instead of shooting from the side, let me go ahead and shoot the balloons rising up, kind of like a inverse Space Invaders. And I fiddled with it for a while, and that's what I came up with.
yeah, no, it's actually a fun game. It's simple, but it's fun.
Yeah, I really loved when I went to that CoCo Fest. There was a guy there with a stand-up arcade machine, and he had it on there, and I got to play it in an arcade machine. And he said he was 14 years old, and they got it on the cassette tape when it came in, and he played it, and he was like, "This is great." And so he said that was his one thing he'd ask his dad, "Can I play Balloon Fire for a while today?" And he's like, "Did you finish your homework?" And I'm like, "Are you serious? My game was used for somebody to get incentive to do their homework and have their free time on the computer." So that was like a real compliment. I was real happy to hear that.
I'm trying to remember, is that Henry Reichfeld that brings the big arcade cabinet with Mame running CoCo stuff to the fest?
I feel bad because I don't remember his name. I've got pictures of him.
I think that is Henry.
Yeah, he's from Canada too, so he brings it down from Ontario. And he's always brings it out only for a limited amount of time. And I've been busy with seminar stuff. I've never had a chance to even try the thing out. So hopefully this year.
But yeah, that's how I got in touch with Stevie, because I was just kind of cruising YouTube one night, and I typed in my name on YouTube just to see what would come up.
Did you find all your addresses, or?
Yeah, you know, you never know what's gonna come up, and it's like, then I saw Stevie playing Balloon Fire with his kids, and so I was like, okay, well, as a matter of fact, there he is right there playing Balloon Fire with his kids. But so I wound up getting in touch with Stevie from that YouTube video, and he's like, "You want to come on the show?" And I was like, "You have a show?"
And even after watching it, you probably have the same question. So
yeah, so that's what got me back into the CoCo world again, was finding out, oh, there's still people out there. You know, I just assumed that we were just all on our own and didn't know each other, and if you were messing with your computer, it was just you by yourself.
Yeah. So that was it's good that Stevie had reviewed it there and you actually found it. Otherwise, this conversation wouldn't be happening.
Exactly.
Yeah. The next one
But
you
if
did,
you wouldn't have found it, you wouldn't have hit that couch.
Yeah,
that's true. That's true.
It's like Stevie is like Mr. Destiny.
Yeah. So your next one in issue 53 of T&D, November 1986. So this is released after the CoCo 3 was out, but I don't know if you wrote it before the CoCo 3 was out. It's a CoCo 1-2 game, obviously. It's Kick Guy, which is a clone of the arcade game Kickman. So Ken, if you want to bring up the video for that one, which is an arcade game that I didn't play too much back in the day, but I've played it a bit more recently on MAME. And yours is pretty close. It's not visually perfect with all the backgrounds and stuff, but it's pretty decent. The only thing, and this is something Ken and I noticed when we were trying, when we did the Game On Challenge this week, the live version of it, we went through all your games. Basically, we concentrated on Mrs. Pack, which is the one that was actually officially the challenge. We decided to go through all your games. And trying to time the kick to actually kick the balloon back up seems to be a bugger. I don't know if that was on purpose or we're just sucky game players.
It was one of those things where I looked at it, it's like, it's kind of flaky. Some of the controls, like I didn't like the controls the way they came out in Miss Pac-Man, honestly. But trying to know that the balloon is hitting the ground and the button is being pushed at the same time, but not letting the guy just hold down the button and move his character around led to it was kind of fussy, I guess is the best term for it. But yeah, I didn't really pursue this one too much because quite honestly, I didn't like the look of the character on the screen, and I'm like, ugh.
And you do have the different stages, like the arcade game. Like the first one, you're just popping balloons in your head. The next one, you're collecting like rows of balloons on your head type thing.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, I forgot about that. Because if I remember when you kick them, they do like this wiggle up there, and I can't remember if you can actually connect it on the way up or if you got to wait for them to come back down.
But this is like the arcade game. It does this too in the second stage. So there's where you kick it up and it goes off.
Oh, I forgot I put the second stage on there.
So it's a pretty decent clone, honestly. I was going to ask Ken, what did you think of this game when you were playing it? Because I know you were a bit frustrated with the controls too, as was I. But it looks like you got better at it because when I saw you on the live stream, I don't think you even made it to the level 2.
Yeah, I've got figuring out how to actually play it, so I can make it to the second level most times now.
That's good. A game where you improve, like if it's just static and it's always the same, and there's nothing really incentivizing you to play. You want a game that actually, I can do better next time. I did do better. I can do even better yet type thing. So, and then the last one, which was our Game On Challenge of the week, is Mrs. Pack. And this is one you kind of requested. It's now there's a bit of a background on creating it. Excuse me. That you actually use Bjork blocks to draw all the shapes and the mazes and stuff on this.
Yeah.
And then you just like it's basically a tile-based, character-based cell game, so it doesn't move smooth, which is the one complaint I would have, I guess, because it makes it really hard to navigate corners. But you also did some extra things, like the original arcade game has 4 mazes, and you actually have 8 in yours, so you have a lot more playability to come up with. And you got the fruit actually bouncing, which not all CoCo versions of Mrs. Pac-Man did. I think Miss Gobbler did, but Miss Maze, which is probably the one that looks the closest to the arcade, has all the multi-voice music. It doesn't. It's just static.
Yeah, I was actually surprised. We were having our conversation, and I didn't realize that nobody else had the fruit moving around. I'm like, well, you have to have the fruit moving around. But apparently, no, they all just showed up in the middle like the original Pac-Man did, and you had to go down and catch it. But no, this one you got to pursue it. And for the most part, I tried to keep the screens as close as possible to what the original Miss Pac-Man game was. But, I did deviations, and then I got to do my own creative things in there later on. But I don't know if anybody played it where they get really far up there, but I've got like 5 of the keys, so you get like the strawberry, apple, orange, pretzel, you can get all those things on there.
I didn't get that far. I think I got up to the 3rd maze during the live game stream. That's as far as I got. Now we did it twice, I think. So
you made it to the radish.
So I guess, was this the first game you'd used Steve Bjork's Bjork blocks graphics editing. Like it's basically meant for editing character graphics and then editing maps based on those character graphics. So it's good for drawing mazes or backgrounds, etc. Was this the very first time you'd ever used that utility?
No, the first one I did was Kit Guy, which when I saw how my character came out on the background, I was kind of like, I don't know if I want to do this anymore. And then Pac-Man lends the option that, hey, if you just draw walls, you don't have to worry about it. So, I use it to make the map with the walls, so my character would show up without any kind of background, and that made it a lot easier to have him look like a real Pac-Man character.
Okay.
But I did use the blocks for everything. So I had. Oh, am I frozen?
You're unfrozen now. You were for.
I'm unfrozen now. But yeah, since I was using them just basically for the obstacles, that made things a lot easier. But I did use them for, like, when I made a full screen, it would have the dot backgrounds and the Energizer on the background. So when your character's moving around, I was actually reading the map, not really caring about what the screen looked like, and it would react based on, oh, there's a dot there. So I'll make the chirp sound like you ate a dot, or there's a power pill there, so I'll do the Energizer. But when you pass over it, I always made Pac-Man character erase its background. So whatever was there is now gone, and in the map I would change it so that it would know that the whatever the dot's gone. I think I froze again.
Yeah, your audio's still coming through, but maybe somebody's watching Netflix. I'm not sure. So before we get into, there's two other chunks to the interview of the stuff you've done I want to get into. The first one will be non-game projects, because you've done some utility stuff too, and just general productivity programs. And then also there's a bunch of games that are you never completed or started, and we've got pieces of them. You've got some that you haven't been able to read the disc, but there's little bits and pieces we can show. But before we get into all that, I think we'll have a commercial break first, just so anybody like me needs to go grab another glass of water before my voice completely goes. So, Mark, if you want to do a commercial break there and give everybody a chance to go take a pee break or grab something to drink, and we'll come back and talk about some of your productivity and utility software.
Okay. Sounds good.
You are watching CoCoTALK, the world's leading weekly video podcast featuring a Tandy color computer. We spread the love to the past, present, and future for all models, including the original color computer, the CoCo 3, and the world-renowned exclusive French-Canadian CoCo 2, the Radio Shack.
CoCoTALK would like to thank our patrons who sponsor our program, so our heartfelt gratitude goes out to Alan Huffman, Alan Murphy, Blair Ledoux, Boughton Aaron, Brendan Donahue, Brian Weasler, Brian Walsh, Aaron Anscombe, D. Bruce Moore, Daddy Burrito, Danielle Williams, Diego, Eric Canales, Glenn Hewlett, Graham Vebke, Grant Leedy, Henry Strickland, Jason Downs, J-Style, Ken Reichert, Malfunct, Melly, Michael Pitsley, Michael Rayburn, OG Hugo, Paul Fiscarelli, Paul Shoemaker, Paul Thayer, Retro Tech Time, Rick Hewlin, Rob Inman, Rocky Hill, Stephen Wagner, Steve Batson, Steve Rasmussen, Terry Steen, Terry Steggy, The Backyard Shed Gang, Tim Thayer, Tom C., Tom Gunderson, Tom Herron, Tom S., Tony C., and William Athing. Thank you ever so much, patrons.
We will return after these messages.
Hi, I'm Terry Steen, author of Balloon Fire and other amazing games on the color computer. And you're listening to Stevie Stroh on CoCoTALK.
My fellow Americans, Australians, Canadians, Europeans, and all of you ands, I'm calling on all y'all to help us make the world great again by visiting the Retro Swag Shop at 8bit256.com, where you can get yourself a coffee mug like this with a little cute cartoon character that says, I'm a Coco Nut. You could also get yourself a coffee mug like this with a Color Computer 3 that says, I'm a Coco Nut. You could get yourself a deluxe travel mug like this with the CoCoTALK logo on it. You might even be able to get yourself a DVD like this with over 2 hours of gameplay goodness. It is time for us to rise up and make the world great again by enjoying some quality retro merchandise and CoCo nostalgia. So please visit 8bit256.com and let's make the world great for the color computer. Thank you very much.
CoCo2, c'est le coq champignon, des micros et dans le pion. Pour le jeu, il est pas batable, les études, c'est pas bizarre. L'expansion, il envoie ça, les commandes, tu vas voir ça. Notre CoCo est programmable, pour tes cours, c'est bien serviable. CoCo2 de Radio Shack, ton affaire est dans le sac.
Un ordinateur couleur qui a de la personnalité. Le CoCo2 de Radio Shack. En solde pour Noël à partir de 149,95.
CoCo2 de Radio Shack, ton affaire est dans le sac. C'est toi et CoCo2.
This is Ken Reichert, author of Nightmare Highway.
Nightmare Highway.
And you're experiencing CoCoTALK? As you start your journey to CoCo Fest, you notice the road ahead is littered with rogue furniture. You realize you are driving on the Nightmare Highway.
Nightmare Highway.
The game for the Tandy Color Computer 1, 2, and 3. Nightmare Highway.
Nightmare Highway.
Stunning low-resolution visuals. Digital to analog converted sound. 100% machine language and basic. What are they saying about Nightmare Highway?
Nightmare Highway.
Steve B. York says, of all the games released this year, this is one of them. L. Kurt S. Boyle says, this will not be on my site. Nick Marionette says, crikey, look at the size of that crock. Get your complimentary copy of Nightmare Highway.
Nightmare Highway.
At cancanmakeit.com. If you got it for free, you paid too much.
Welcome back, everyone. Thanks. So before we get into discussing your productivity and utility software, I thought we'd get a chance for the panel and the chat to make any comments or questions they have on the games that you'd commercially released, either through T&D, Chromaset, or through JARB. We did one comment here from Scott Cooper, said the mazes look awesome in this game, talking about Mrs. Pack. And just wondering, anybody else, we'll probably save some of the gameplay of Mrs. Pack specifically for the Game On Challenge segment. But if anybody has any comments on some of the other games like Balloon Fire and Gray Lady, etc. I know, like I've said before, but Gray Lady is one of my favorites. And it's based on an old arcade game called Sea Hunt, if I remember correctly, isn't it?
Yes.
Oh, I just have to say that there's definitely some ideas there for upcoming Game On challenges. So, Terry, if you want to join us for when we do pick more of your games, and I'm pretty sure we're going to be picking some of them in the near future.
Absolutely.
Yeah, then you can come ridicule all of us for how badly we play them. Anybody else in the panel get a chance to try some of the wide variety of games that Terry has in his library?
I tried a whole bunch of his games. I tried a whole heap of them today, but my favorite of all of them has to be the Able Builders one. I found it absolutely fantastic. I've even got it set up here. I don't know if you can see this here. Maybe you can't see it, but I've got it set up here. I was playing it a bit this evening as well. But it is a fantastic game. Now, I'm only playing it in black and white because on the PAL CoCo it doesn't come up in color. But it's the first game of your lot that I started playing because Curtis gave me a list of most of the games that you did. So I spent this morning, because it's nearly nighttime with me now, but I spent this morning playing these. And Able Builders was the first one I played. And I came back to it. And I've been playing it for an hour or two today. I really love that game. I really do. I really love it. But because honestly, Terry, I was aware of you in the whole Nightmare Highway thing, but I didn't know who you were, if that's okay to say. So
you're way over in France. You're forgiven.
Yeah. Okay. Well, that's good. But no, I was blown away by this particular one. I have to. It's a game that I will be coming back to again and again and again, and I'm going to feature it in a couple of weeks' time on my little gamey channel thing that I'm kind of playing around with. But no, it is. It's a great game. It really is. Because I've played the likes of Kaboom and and popcorn and all those kind of things. But I love the fact that you're kind of there's something playing against you, and you can kind of repel it. And I really like that. It's an extra dimension in it that really it makes for a great game. It really does. So I
totally
say
agree.
Thumbs up on that one. I said fantastic.
Thank you very much.
Oh, you're more than welcome.
Has your son had a chance to play it yet, or
what's that?
Has your son had a chance to play it yet?
No, he didn't. No, he was still in bed when I was playing this. He's impossible to get up in the morning. So, no, he didn't. But I will show it to him, all right. But he probably won't be impressed because when they're in black and white, he's not crazy about him. So, what can I do? But no, fantastic game, absolutely
And you're over in
fantastic game.
France?
I'd recommend it to anybody to play that one. That one, I know, Curtis. You said that the one with the bow and arrow there. What's that one called?
Balloon Fire.
Yeah, that one. That I played a bit. It was good, but doesn't hold a candle to this one. See what I did there with Nightmare High reference? Yeah. Yeah. No, but that's all I have to say on it. I'm not going to say any more. But
Thanks for
fantastic.
the feedback. It's nice to know that somebody really caught on I was trying to give you something that you're competing against somebody else, and that's what you fed on. I appreciate that.
Well, you notice it in the first 5 seconds because I was playing and I was saying, what's going on? The thing is full. And then it felt to me that you have to collect a number of the little thingies falling down before it actually starts going back up. And that was a dynamic that really I found it to be absolutely fantastic. I have to say that's so. No, well done. Well done. All these years later from somebody who knows nothing about programming. Well done. You did a good job.
Wow. Well, thank you.
So there you go. I'm going to mute myself now.
Anybody else in the panel who's tried some of the games there wants to chip in a bit of a mini review? I know some of you might not have had time yet, but go ahead, Mark.
I guess that would be a no.
Okay.
Well, you played Mrs. Pac, Mark, didn't you?
Oh yeah, I played the Mrs. Pac, and I did some of the Gray Lady.
What was your favorite out of those two?
I think I like Gray Lady better. It seemed to, the controls did respond a little better. Oh, and yeah, I could get a little better score with that one.
Okay. And in the chat, James Diffendaffer says he remembers playing Sea Hunt, the arcade game that Gray Lady was based on. So, so if we have any more comments that come in, because sometimes the chat's delayed 30, 40 seconds here from Wes talking. So if I catch anything there, I'll mention them. So the next part we'll get into, or part 2, is your non-gaming projects. And you had quite a few of these here. One or two of you already kind of mentioned in passing. So the first one I was going to talk about was called New Command. And this is for 64K CoCo 1s and 2s. It did not work on the CoCo 3, but it was basically extensions to BASIC. And I've actually gone through and dumped the program to figure out what commands you had in there. You actually had a help system. Now, I can't get it to run right now. I don't know if there's like a ROM change or something. We'll have to figure that out. But you added a fair number of commands to it. So you added the DOS command, which is basically the same as the one that came out in the 1.1 disk BASIC. You had zap, which will reverse the text screen. So that changes, the negative characters to positive and positive to negative. Home, which just puts the cursor at the top screen without clearing it. So it's like a print at, 0. You had a wait, which would wait for a key press character. So that would actually pause the program until you hit a specific key you specified, which is kind of cool. Help, which actually would have been really nice if I could get it to work properly, but I did find it dumping through it. Then you had shift. This was a cool one. So you could shift the screen, and you had shift U, shift D, shift L, shift R, and then a row or column number. You could shift the screen in any of the 4 directions. So was this on graphic screens and text screens, or just graphic screens? Do you remember?
Trying to remember. I think it was on high res or text, but I can't remember. I just remember that there's a lot of things that I wanted to try to give people the ability to do that I found you could do with machine language, but with BASIC, it would, like input A string, or A string equals N keys. And if the A string equals, it's like, don't do all that. Just say wait. Or if I want to just shift a row, I could shift a row. And so that's the kind of stuff that I was trying to give the capability on.
Yeah, that's a really good one because you can kind of fake up scrolling just by printing off the edge of the bottom, but you get a kind of flickery effect of the last line.
Yeah.
And this way you can actually do it in whole, and you could pick the column, like you didn't have to scroll the whole screen. You could just start over here and scroll half of it or something. So that would be really good for writing basic arcade games, I think. Other commands you had P-save. Now this saved graphics pages into the upper 32K of RAM. So you had more graphics pages you could save there and you could restore them back to the regular ones. Yeah. So it gives you a lot of stuff where you could pre-draw screens instead of having to render them in or load them in off disk or whatever. P-restore, which would restore a graphics page from the upper 32 into the regular space. P-zap, which would inverse a graphics page. So if you want to do like a flash for an explosion or a player died or something like that. R-speed, which set the computer operational speed. Now this I wanted to ask you about because this is running on a 64K RAM. Now the speed up poke for the CoCo 1 and 2 speeds up ROMs. Unless somebody burned this on a ROM, it wouldn't do anything because you're running in RAM mode, I would presume. So was this something you actually planned on selling at some point for people to burn ROMs as an extension to BASIC?
No, it wasn't part of the plan. It was just me writing some extended commands. And I didn't really think about it too much as to whether or not it would work as an all RAM or ROM RAM. But I guess I'd have to go back and find out if it actually worked properly.
Another one, this one intrigues me because I would like you to kind of describe what exactly it does. You had one called noise. So this creates a noise and you could specify 3 values, the pitch, the volume, and the duration.
Yep.
So to me, that kind of sounds like the play command, but was this meant more for sound effects as it does things faster or what was?
Yeah, that would be sound effects. So like if you made it really loud and really short, it would be like a percussion, like a gunshot. And if you made it really low and really long, it would be like a rumble in the background kind of thing. So since you didn't have the ability to make a random sound generation in BASIC, now you do, and you can use it for generating different kinds of gunshots, explosions, rumbles, anything like that. Like I was talking about with balloon fire, that's where I was experimenting with those kind of effects.
Okay. Another one you added in was pause. We could pause for so many, I'm assuming either ticks or seconds. I'm not sure what the specification is, but basically just tell the game to pause for a bit without doing it before next loop. R copy, which is like P copy, except it copies in the upper 32K RAM back and forth. So that way you can copy things around there as well. Then you had the fast and slow commands, which of course would be to kick the double speed and on or off. Now, this one I wanted to ask you about. This one did briefly run and then it crashed when I tried it. Like I said, it might be a ROM compatibility problem because I'm using later ROMs, like Color Basic and Extended Basic, and maybe some of the hooks are a little different. But you had one called debug on, and it describes in your help, causes a variable list to print out on screen when an error occurs. So unlike regular debug, which just tells you the line number that it's currently executing, doesn't really tell you what the heck's going on. This would actually do a variable dump. As soon as you got an error, it's like an on-error go-to, except it dumps out the variable. So you can see like X is set to this and A string set to this. So you can more easily figure out what was going on. That's a pretty cool
yeah, I
feature.
forgot about that. Yeah, that was something that if you're running a basic program, every time it crashes or stops, you always sit there and say, okay, print A string, print D string, print G string. It's like,
You're manually
well, now you don't
debugging
need to.
Yeah, so that was pretty cool. I actually got that to run and it did show a couple, and it seems to only do initialized variables too. It's like just picking random stuff.
You did a great job just digging into it. I don't have any docs, and it looks like you figured it all out.
Well, you had help built in. I just dumped the help strings as I was going.
Is that what you did? Okay.
Yeah, I cheated. Another one you had is Word, which is like a L peak on the CoCo 3, which is giving you a 16-bit. Well, actually, not like L peak. It's a 16-bit return, so you can read 16-bit numbers as a single command rather than reading 2 peaks. And then you had LSR and LSL for logical shift right and logical shift left. Now, I don't know how those worked. Is that something where you'd specify like a memory location, or is that something where you take like the floating point variable?
If I remember right, you'd use it with a particular variable.
Okay.
So like you'd say logical shift right B, and then whatever value is in B, it would give you a logical shift right on that B or on that B variable.
Okay, because you could use that for like, a quick times 2 multiplier, quick time divide by 2, or you could use it to like shift graphics by pixels and stuff. So that
exactly. Yeah, you could now work with things on the binary level rather than sitting there saying, okay, I'm gonna multiply this by 2 and then and it and all that stuff. It's like, no, just shift right and stick it in memory if you need it to be moved over to the right.
Another one you add in, this is one that returns a value, which is pages, and that returns the number of high-res pages reserved in the upper 32K, because you could reserve as many as you wanted that you had room for. Speed, which returns the current speed setting, whether you're in high-speed poker or low speed, which is kind of nice. Now we're getting into fancy math, so I'll have to let you talk about these because I don't understand this stuff to begin with. So you have, pi, I know, that returns the value of pi. Then you have factorial, fact sub x, which is x factorial, which is, I think, if I remember right, factorials, that's like if it's factorial 3, it's like 3 times 2 times 1 or something like that.
Yeah, just multiply by all the integers back towards 1.
Okay. And then the ones I really don't understand, you'll definitely have to explain trans x and trans y, which you in the help label as transforms x coordinate from a 3D to 2D system, and then the same for y. Please explain that one to me.
Well, if you have a 3-dimensional coordinate, basically you say, okay, well, you're offsetting the x-axis by a certain angle. So you'd say, okay, I'll take my x value and I'll add the cosine value of the angle from the axis times the z value, add that to the x. So, and then you do the same thing with the y, except you sine. And that way you could take a 3D coordinate system and then you would get an xy value. So you could take a 3D coordinate system, convert it to a 2D to do your printing or to do your plotting or whatever it is you're going to do, and you could easily generate a 3-dimensional graph.
Okay, and then you could could you zoom them in or out or rotate them or that type of thing? Or?
Yeah, if I remember right, I think someplace you were able to set the angle of the z-axis, so you could say, okay, well, I want the z to be very far off into the horizon, or I want the z to be almost completely up. But if you want to do it from another perspective, you would just go ahead and say, okay, well, I'm going to now swap the x-axis with the y-axis, and now I'll see it from another side. So if you wanted to take profile elevations, you could just flip the axes in order to get your different perspectives.
Okay, because that's when this whole extension to basic actually quite intrigues me, because you had quite a few nice commands for doing games, and specifically like some of the scrolling stuff and having extra graphic pages that you could pre-render and then just zip over really fast from your upper 32K, and the noise routines, and there's a lot of stuff.
If I remember right, I actually tried to do a game with those shifts where I had like a big grid and there were openings in lines, and you would have your little guy and it would shift every now and then, and you would have to go through there like a maze, and the maze was always changing. And I looked at it and said, this is way too complicated. So I had enough of that, but that's what I was doing with it.
Yeah, because you added a lot of features that really help with game development. I mean, the 3D to 2D stuff, a lot of the graphic shift stuff, inversing the screen really fast, et cetera. So there's a lot of stuff. And you got some nice things just for debugging. Like that was a really good one. I'd never seen anybody do that, specifically where it dumps a variable table when you hit an error. Like that's a really smart idea. I never even thought of that, because I do the same thing you were mentioning: print A string, print A, comma B, or whatever to figure it out.
Yeah.
The closest I've used is basically if you turn their Tron on, you can single step through the program, and if it does any assignments and variables, it'll print them out as they're doing it. So you can kind of do it there, but not in regular basic.
I basically was looking at, okay, I've got debug in assembly. I'll sit there, and when I interrupt or when I dump out of a program, it'll give me all the register values. And I was like, well, why don't we have something like that for basic?
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's what I was trying to do.
So this is something I hope we can get this running again. Like I said, I could get it to run. It initializes, it does a little splash screen. And then most of the commands did not work properly when I tried it. Like I said, that could be because you might have hard coded for specific ROM versions and maybe routines moved around you're trying to hook into or something. So that's something I like to visit.
I think it was written when the second edition of the extended basic ROM came out.
Yeah, 1.1.
And I'm not sure what kind of effects it would be if somebody was changed code positions when you're basically mapping from where one ROM location is to another.
Yeah. And actually that brings up a more general question. Some of these ones that are a bit more rare, like a lot of your games I've seen, because all the T&D and Chromaset stuff and JARB's already up on the Color Computer Archive, but a lot of this type of thing I don't think is. And would you be willing to release those for the public to try them out and maybe see if they can develop some games using these utilities?
Oh, release the utilities and everything?
Yeah.
Sure.
It's up to you. I mean,
nothing to, yeah. yeah, anything you got that you want to throw out there, that's fine with me. Just if anybody takes it apart, like, if you're sitting there doing your disassembly of it, you don't need to post on there saying, what the heck did this guy do this for? This is ridiculous.
I figured you were going to say something about that. You can just send all of their critiquing of it, send it to your old address that's on Able.
Yeah. Yeah, because it's like, why is he adding D and then indexing X? He could have just done this one command,
Yeah.
Let's be frank. I look at my 20-year-old code and I'm thinking, what is this whole thinking about?
See, I do that with my code from last week already, so that's where I'm at. Another one you wrote is called Music, and it's a program, and this is one you talked about earlier that Steve York kind of gave you the glimmer of how to do it conceptually. And it creates 2-voice music with position independent code, so you can load it anywhere in memory, and it just moves around so that you can add it to a 32K game, a 64K game, a 16K game, it doesn't matter. And you included a little sample. I won't bother playing it now because this interview is going to go pretty long as it is, but if we release these, we'll let the people do it. It's a little prelude song. Is this the actual one you used to do the multi-voice songs that you did have some games like Gunfighter, or is this something you did after the fact to make it easier on yourself to do in the future?
I did some of them using another program. I think it was called Composer, but the stuff that I did in Gunfighter, I actually recreated the stuff that I had done in their software in mine so that I could put the code into my assembly language. So I just took my data or took the output, converted it into FCB and FDB lines in my code. So you got both.
Okay.
But I actually like the way mine came out better.
And the next utility you have here is called Crypto. And this is an interesting one that it actually encrypts or decrypts a file using a password, which of course, that gets done a lot in more modern times, but doing this back in the mid 80s, I think was probably pretty rare, except maybe if you're running on Unix or something like that. So what prompted you to write that one? Was that a request from somebody? Is that something you just wanted to see how it worked, or?
No, it's just me and my psychotic mind looking at the hacking world and how to, how could you protect files? Nobody had secure internet connections back then. So it's like, well, if I'm going to save information and I don't want somebody else to read it, or if I want to post this to a BBS and I want my friend to be able to download it but not have the sysop give away my code or my finances, what would I do? And so that's when I did the crypto, where you just type in a crypto string and it'll use that to encrypt all the data in the file. But it leaves everything the same for file structure. So, you can still open it, but now it's garbage. But if you run it again and you type in the same exact crypto string, it'll put it exactly the way it was before. So it's kind of like a cipher key. You run it, and then if you want to send it on a BBS or send a disk in the mail or something like that at the other end, they have to know, okay, Farm Boy is the secret code password to get to this file. And then at the other end, they would have a decrypted version of what you sent without having to worry about somebody else being able to pry into it.
Cool. I do think that was a bit ahead of its time. Did you base it on an algorithm that you'd seen done on another platform, or is it something you came up on your own?
Yeah, just something I did on my own.
Okay. Next one, we'll just briefly, the next two actually, we'll just briefly skim over because they're pretty self-explanatory. Disk sort. So obviously that sorts the directory physically on the disk. So when you dir it, it's all alphabetical. And dir dump, which is a dumps directory listens to a printer. And I think you even do the machine language addresses so that you have a nice reference. This machine language program loads at this start address, ends here, executes at this one type of thing.
Right.
And I've had a few of those that I've written myself back in the day too, because it was always trying to remember where the hell things were saved. So that's some of the utilities and stuff you did. You also did the Bible project, and this is kind of transitioning stuff that's not completed. Now that one you actually have chunks of it complete. I think you said about 75 to 80% completed. So the program was basically working. It's just getting all the text data in there. So you want to explain what that project was and what the goal of that was?
Yeah. Well, I think I did about 6 or 7 books of the New Testament in there, and I found them, so I have the actual text, but the intent was to try to do the entire Bible for the CoCo. So if somebody wanted to say, I want to look up a verse, or I want to find the text and put it into a word processing document, or I want to be able to read the Bible. It was basically like back in the gosh, I was doing this before those came out, but they had those little tablet Bibles where you would just scroll through on like a PDA kind of thing. And I was trying to do that on the color computer because nothing like that existed. So I was like, well, I can't get any copies of it. You know, it's like I can find copies of dictionaries, but I can't find any copies of the Bible. So I thought, well, let me go ahead and create one. So there was a lot of typing involved.
Yeah, because that was the one thing I was thinking of, because that would be a pretty large database. That would have been like how many disks to fit everything on there. So I figured like you'd asked me a question about Nitrous 9 probably a month or two ago, and that would be a good candidate to, if you did want to finish it at some point, would do it there, because you can actually get a 128 meg hard drive image, and you could easily fit the whole thing on there, and it would run a lot faster too, because as a hard drive versus a floppy drives.
I'm wondering with how many databases are out there now, and what people have released for free, because I know some of them, it's like, no, you can't get the new international version because somebody owns that. And they don't allow it unless you license it. But somebody may have a free version that we're able to use, and I could just convert directly. But that would be a nice project.
Yeah. Have you found all the code and the data that you did have done? Like,
I found the Bible project, so I've got all of it. I know that, you know, you can tell what those short books are because those are the ones I did first. So, so it's like 1 John. Okay, that one's there. Jude, that one's there. You know.
Okay, and then the rest of them here are basically projects that were never quite finished. And I think I'm going to flip the order a little bit here. So this is probably not in the order they were done, but I'll do the one here because I think Ken actually has a bit of B-roll of this one. And that's your first and only CoCo 3 game that you'd started, called Defense Force, which is a clone of Defender. And it's not complete, like the radar is missing, for example. It reminds me a lot of Planet Invasion. Like, you've got a very small ship and it fires like, you know, dashed lines instead of that big bursting thing. So it reminds me a lot of Planet Invasion from Spectral. But this is using CoCo 3 mode, so you're learning how the MMU worked and pallet registers and all this kind of stuff. And I've actually gone to a couple of the waves where you can actually see some of the other aliens in there. So it looks like the aliens are fairly complete. The planet does blow up if you kill all the humans. You can rescue them and drop them down. I think the only thing really missing is the radar. So what time frame were you doing this in?
Let's see. I remember I was in the Air Force. I did a lot of work on this when I was on alert in Florida. Oh gosh, I'd say this is like 87, 88, something like that. It's so vague for me to be able to say exactly when that was, but yeah, this was one of the times where I was like, okay, am I going to stick with this or not? And this game actually was one that I was enjoying because I was learning how the gimme chip let you do things like the scrolling and everything. Oh, cool, the braider and the pods. Because I used the scrolling from the hardware of the gimme, which is something I wasn't able to do before. And I didn't like the fact that I had to scroll by 2 bytes at a time. So that kind of frustrated me. And I got to learn how to, you know, like, I just wanted the bottom to scroll, but I didn't want the top to scroll. So I had to learn how to do my screen changes where I would keep the score at the top, but then I'd let it scroll at the bottom. So the way this is actually set out in memory is the score keeps moving through space. Everything else is set in memory in the same exact location all the time. You just see it in a different location. So this was a lot of learning for me, and it was I really enjoyed putting it together. But yeah, I think this was like 87, 88.
Okay, because I know like Nick Morantes when he did.
I should have finished it.
Yeah, it's pretty close. Have you found the source for this one, or is that one of the ones that's missing?
I think I have it. I might be able to pull that one back together. I found little bits and pieces, and you find the things where you see, okay, well, this one says Defense Force, and it's got dates and addresses on it, stuff like that. And then you find another copy with dates and addresses, and you're like, wait a minute, this one shouldn't be the latest copy, but I can't get the data off of this one disk. So I think I have enough that I could pull it back together.
Cool. That would be interesting to see finished, I think. We do have an official transcode, as you're probably aware of Defender now, right from the arcade.
Oh, yeah.
models. So, but just the fact that you were doing this like way back, and there was another one being done by, I believe, Triad, Defend Droid, it was going to be called the CoCo 3, which was more advanced, but that wasn't until like 90 that they were even planning on releasing that one. And then it got dropped anyway. I believe Triad stopped in the CoCo market. It would be interesting to see like a one done in the early days and seeing it completed. It seems to play well. There's a few bugs. I've crashed it a few times, but I mean, it wasn't finished, so that's expected.
Yeah,
that's like all my code.
You know, we were talking about commenting and documenting. It's like I tended to write code that I would give routines names and never put anything on there. And then when I'd write another program, I would steal those routines from one of my previous programs. I'd modify them, but I wouldn't document my modifications. So I would have to remember the entire code as how everything behaves. And if I change projects, I'd go back and say like, oh, what is this? So I know there's probably a lot of loops that are like, well, you didn't do a software interrupt, so it crashed, you know, that kind of thing.
I will mention on the smooth scrolling too, because that's something that everybody that has used the hardware scrolling actually said. Nick's way of getting around it on Popstar was he had two versions of the screen. One shifted like the single byte over, basically where it's drawing. And so he just alternates between the two. So one's even byte offsets and one's odd byte offsets. He just flips between the two so you get the smooth.
Yeah, I remember him talking about that during his interview about Popstar Pilot. And I went to his websites, and one day I'm just going to go ahead and, you know, let him take me to school, because he documents so much stuff on his websites. If you just go ahead and say, okay, this is going to be my Nick Morente's classroom, and I'm going to read this entire thing, and I'm going to code everything he's talking about. I mean, it's like, I'm not going to just write a game. I'm going to teach everybody else how to write the game.
What do you think, Nick? Are you still awake?
Yeah. Can you still hear me?
Oh, is he still? Oh, I didn't know he was even on.
Can you hear me, Curtis?
Yes, we can.
Oh, yeah, I've got this stupid headphone that mic keeps cutting out. What do I think? Yeah, that's one of the problems with the horizontal scroll. It moves 2 bytes at a time, which is fine if you have a fast-moving terrain. But if you want something a bit slower, yeah, you need to go to 1 byte, and that's what I had to do with Popstar Pilot.
But what do you think of Terry's idea of maybe doing like sort of a tutorial thing, but based on some of your work as well as his?
Oh, who's got time for that?
Oh, I was just saying the documentation that Nick has online is it's like he's teaching everybody how he wrote the games.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I think to be fair, Nick's not covering so much coding practices. He's doing game design. I think he emphasizes
more the
but
design
that's
stuff, yeah.
Totally valid too. I mean, obviously, as for somebody who's tried to write a game recently too, and it's kind of got it on pause for the moment, it's not easy. At least for me.
Yeah, no, it just takes up a lot of time. I figure, am I going to write a game or am I going to do a big tutorial? It's one or the other.
Like a quick blog post or something, yeah.
Yeah, well, I found the documentation that you provided is enough to teach.
Yeah. Well, I try to pass on the concepts and the design, and then leave it up to the individual to do the actual nutting out the programming.
Yeah. Okay, so now we'll go back in time to some of your other unreleased projects. And I think you've got these roughly in chronological order. I'm not sure, because you kind of mentioned like you dropped this one for this one, type thing. So hopefully we got these right. So you had one called Burger Run. I'm assuming this was meant to be a clone of Burger Time.
Yeah.
How far did you get into that one, and what was your reason for dropping it? I was wondering, like Lunchtime came out from Novasoft / Tom Mix around 84, 85, which I was wondering, did you see that? And it was kind of like what happened with Puyan. It was just like, well, it's already been done. I'll do something different.
Yeah, no, some of them I stopped just because I lost interest. And some of them I just decided it was going to get too complicated. And I had not really set out a good plan for how to make everything work on that one. and you could walk across like the hamburger patty or the lettuce and it would move down. And the thing that I didn't account for was, oh, I'm frozen again, I think.
Oh, you're not here.
Okay. So the patties and stuff like that, the buns, they would move down, and then I'd say, okay, well, I'm going to back up and I'm going to go back across, and it was detecting if something was there to indicate for it to move, but I didn't have everything set up to say, okay, what if he comes back from the other side and he starts walking from that direction, and I couldn't really get coordination. So it worked great as long as you walked across everything in the same direction. And then they would fall on top of each other that way. And I was like, okay, well, how do I fix this bug where you can't go around from the backside and go over it, because I didn't set up a database of where everything's at. So that was the one thing that made me say, well, I'm just gonna cancel this one altogether, because I didn't want to have to recode everything. And I think that's what I would have had to have done, because I didn't set up a good database at the beginning. I tried to build one later on, which, sometimes you can save a project that way, but I just didn't think it was worth the trouble.
Okay. Mark, if you want to show my screen share here, this is Bjork blocks, for those who have not seen it, the graphics editor that Terry was using. Now, Terry, you'd mentioned during our emails that you actually have some of the graphic shapes you found for some of the games, both the ones you did complete, and then also some of the ones that you hadn't, so we can kind of get a peek at to where your mind was at, and maybe a little bit of what you got done at that point. Did you have anything on Burger Run on there? I can't remember now.
No, Burger Run was done with just drawing a screen by defining line segments and then putting graphics on top of where the grid was.
Okay. And then the next project you listed here was Popeye. And this one you did actually get the first level basically drawn using Bjork blocks. I'll bring that up in a second here. Now, is this the same situation where Sailor Man suddenly came out and you kind of went, I guess that one's done too? Or did it one you lost interest in?
No, actually, this one was something that I was working on, and I got distracted because I wanted to make Mappy. And I decided that Popeye just was something I could put on hold, and then I never went back to it. But I had gotten the screen done, and I'd gotten to where I would put hearts around on the screen, and I could walk my character by, and the heart would go back up on the house, which is what you have to do to complete the screen. But I didn't have anything where, Olive would come out there and throw the hearts, and I didn't make Bluto yet or anything like that. So I just went ahead and put this on hold and just never went back to it. And it was kind of cool. I think I was doing pretty good. I just, it just went on the eternal shelf of later.
Yeah, I've got a lot of those myself. The one thing I liked about this one here is, like, if you look at Chris Latham's Sailor Man, it's obviously one of the better CoCo 1 and 2 games. But you're actually using some of the artifacting colors here a bit more advanced than he did. Like, he basically did the basic, white, black, red, blue type thing. You actually did the special bits where you're doing every third pixel or something to try to get like yellowish background. So you actually have a lot of color in this one.
Yeah.
For those that are watching here, this is the first
everything. Yeah.
Yeah. And even like your little trees and stuff, you kind of space it out so it gets a bit more of a green rather than a bluish tinge.
Mm-hmm.
So actually, it looks quite good. So
thank you.
Now, what time span are we talking here? Like, is this in between some of the other game projects that did get released, or is this?
Oh, this was, oh gosh. I'm trying to remember sequentially which one came next. This is definitely after the Jarb software stuff. And I think I played around with Balloon Fire and everything, just getting some sound effects and all that. So this was shortly after Balloon Fire, and well, Able Builders was earlier than that. So this was sometime around then.
Okay. There we are.
Yeah, all the way up the corner. There you
go. Okay.
But yeah, this was another thing where Bjork, using this tool was really helpful. It's like I didn't have anything like this for editing screens. So when I got a copy of the York blocks, I was like, oh man, this saved me so much time.
So some of these we kind of talked about a little bit later, so I don't have all my notes totally complete here. So we've got Cave, Weird, Marble, and Sib. You want to kind of
yeah, Bitsy is actually Kick Guy. That's the background screen for Kick Guy. Cave was me wanting to do something kind of like Pitfall, except I wanted to have like a realistic cave. So I started making a cave background, seeing how that would work out. And Marble was to see if I could do something for Marble Madness. And after drawing the screen, I just said, no way in hell am I going to try this.
So there's your background for Kick Guy using the beer.
Yep, that's it. And I tried to make a stage, but those slats, oh, they were so bad for foreground characters.
Now we don't have to go through all of these because I don't know how far you got on some of these games here. But is there any of the other ones here you think would be worthwhile showing?
Let's see, what do we got? Yeah, what do we got for blocks? Not really too much. I think Cave might be interesting, so somebody can see, you know, what if they're thinking about using this kind of program to make backgrounds, what kind of stuff you can do with this to make some good background drawings. At least I like the way it came out.
Oh yeah, that almost looks like a Pitfall 2 style.
Yeah, you could put stalactites and bats and you know, water dripping and everything like that off of that kind of contour. And if you adjust your shading, you can make it, you know, really dark up in the corner, so it'll obviously go into a cave or something like that above. So if anybody's doing like adventure gaming and stuff, you know, the York Blocks has been out forever now, but it's still a good editing tool if you're using the actual hardware.
Yeah, and it makes nice small files too, because you edit each graphical block, and then it's just a map of each block, so you're only doing 1 byte for like an 8 byte.
Oh yeah, the data compression was great.
Yeah, yeah, it's a fun program. I did play with it back in the day, originally by Morton Bay Software. I think we've had Steve on the show, and he mentioned that he really hated the name. He didn't want his name as part of the title of the program itself, and they insisted because he's famous. So he got overrode on that one. Now, one thing I have not fiddled with, I don't know if any of your games or any of your games you were starting on used it, but there was the animation feature. I can't even remember what exactly that did.
Well, the one that's titled Weird, that was going to be an animated one. But I pulled the plug on pursuing that because I didn't want to get into having to worry about conveyor belts and stuff like that. And it was just going to be a screen full of, I guess it'd be like rollers, where the different parts of the conveyor belt, like tractors, would be just bits, and they would move back and forth. So like I could have, now that the screen's up there, I could have like the top row moving one way, and then down at the bottom I could have them moving another way just by animating the different blocks. So if I had a block where the dots were in the middle and then a block where the dots were at the other end, it would look like they're going left. And if I did it the other way, it looked like they're going right. So your character could move around. I think they did something similar like that for Cashman. And that's the kind of effect I was going to try to get on this one.
Okay.
But yeah, never actually did an animation using the program.
Okay. So it looks like you had a fair number of projects anyway. You mentioned Happy, which is a clone of Mappy. That's one I wouldn't mind seeing finished at some point, because that's one game we never did get a clone of on the CoCo.
Yeah.
Was Mappy.
That's, there's always the one that bugs you the most. That's the one that bugs me the most, because I had it. The guy could, you'd walk around, you could bounce, and the trampoline would change color and it would break. And actually the only reason why that one never got finished is about the time that I was ready to start adding characters to it, that's when I went off into the Air Force. And they have a tendency to make you do things that they want you to do instead of letting you play on your computer. So I had to march and stuff instead.
Well, wasn't there, you wrote some software for somebody in the Air Force, didn't you, at some point?
Yeah, I did some stuff, like the directory sorting and things like that. I had a guy who worked in the admin department, and I made a thing that would organize files for him and stuff, just doing basic stuff. He was using the IBM PC compatible stuff in the office, but I was like, well, I did this on my computer, and I go ahead and show him what I did. And some of the stuff he's like, well, I'm just going to maintain a list of names on the color computer because I can do all that sorting that you just showed me how to do, but I don't know how to do that on the IBM PC. So
So replaced his PC with a CoCo, basically.
Yeah.
It's kind of like we did at work with the PDP.
Because there wasn't a whole lot back then for the PC. It came out, and if you didn't have an application that did what you wanted, you couldn't do it.
Yeah. The last one I'll mention here, this is kind of a utility, but it's also meant for gaming, and that's kind of an interesting one called Reset Run. And this was a utility you're working on to make it so when you press the reset button in a basic program, it would just restart the basic program. So you could use it for hit reset until the screen's blue or type thing, or as a form of copy protection, so you couldn't break into the program type thing. So I thought that was kind of cool. Was that something you actually finished or used in any of your own stuff?
I had a version of it that was working, but it didn't have any way to lock you out. And I have a listing with a whole bunch of addresses that I've written all over it, because with the different versions of the ROMs, they made different reset vectors and everything. And I needed to make sure that I intercepted where it would have gone to. So I never came out with something that I felt that I could actually release and say, here, use this. But I did have it to where you could load the program, and then once you ran it, the first thing it would do was to enable the reset. So you'd run your basic program, and then if they push reset, it would start over again. But like I said, if it's like, oh, well, they're using basic 1.1, it might crash out on them. So I had problems there because you couldn't just grab the reset vector and well, I guess you could. Well, anyways.
In hindsight.
Yeah, I'm thinking you probably could, but I'm like, I don't know why I was having so much trouble and why I had to go look through all the vectors. But I did a lot of work using Spectral's Unraveled series.
Yeah.
And oh yeah. And so that, like I said, I'm sitting there with my listing, and I'm like, okay, here's an address, here's an address, here's an address, here's another address. And I was going through their stuff like crazy, trying to find different ways to get the vectors to go where I needed them to go when somebody pushed reset. And it just never got to the point where I said, this is going to be easy to produce. But it did work. I mean, I could get it to run when you ran a basic program. They could push reset and it would start over again. So you didn't have somebody say, okay, I'm going to run my program, and then somebody come by and say, well, I'm just going to push break. And it's like, well, they've got the break disabled. Okay, well, I'll just push reset. Now I can save their program, and I got a copy of it.
Yeah. So before I get into the last part, which is basically what's been happening to you since you were in the CoCo stuff in the 80s. One last call for any other questions on any of the utilities or games that you finished or didn't quite complete from the panel or from anybody in the chat. And then we'll kind of get into stuff that you've been doing more recently, whether it's CoCo related or not, and some general questions. Anybody on the panel, first of all, any questions for Terry on his previous projects, finished or not?
Well, my question would be is if someone found any of these utilities possibly handy now, do you have them available for people to acquire them?
I have a lot of listings, and I have a few scattered files. So if there's one that you're interested in, I'll see what I can come up with.
Also, David, I don't know if you were on earlier, but he was having trouble with IO errors in some of his disks. Do you still have access to that flux reading thing to try to?
Yeah, it's the grease weasel.
Yeah. Do you think that would actually help recover some of these lost files?
Well, it's a possibility. It depends on what's up with the disk. If it hasn't had the magnetic media scratched off, Which in that case, well, if there's no magnetic material, you don't have data to
read.
To read. So,
but I know it can pick up like weaker signals that a regular disk drive can't.
Well, it's using the floppy drive itself. So if it's that weak, but usually if it's just, you can keep reading and then try to rebuild it. I think Paul Fiscarelli was working on a utility to possibly examine images read by the Grease Weasel, but I'm not sure. It's just, different people are trying to work on utilities in conjunction with the Grease Weasel, but I don't know if anybody's made any headway yet.
Okay. Because it sounded like when you talked about it before, it might be a way to recover some disks that you couldn't recover just using disk iStringer.
Well, it's a possibility, especially if you have some of the really old floppy drives, you actually have an adjustment on the logic board for the head gain. So you can actually turn the gain up a little bit to try to boost the reading and writing to the magnetic media. So that could help. But, that's, so much of the stuff in floppy drives later got built into the pre-configured head op amps or amplifiers that's on them. So you can't really control anything. And especially the really new ones, all the stuff are in this big IC on the boards. So you really can't do anything to those.
So you need to use a Grease Weasel with an older floppy drive, is what you're saying, to get
more than likely. It just depends if you have one that has the adjustment for the head gains.
Was that something you or Paul would have?
Me, no. Actually, several years ago, because I needed to make some room, I had some of the old full height floppy drives, which were single-sided. I didn't have room. I actually got rid of them. So
okay,
I just,
Well, David, if you can contact Paul and see if he's gotten any further in some of these utilities for that, I'd like to see if we can help Terry try to recover at least some of that stuff if possible. No guarantee, obviously, but if we can get some of that recovered and save him having to scan and try to OCR a bunch of line printer listings, which usually doesn't work too well, from my experience.
True. Yeah, or at least sort of restoring memories kind of business where you bring him his disc and he can say, well, I got you 80%. This is what I could recover.
Yeah, it's especially with MAME, because one of the things that I had been doing is taking the Grease Weasel, reading the floppy disk images off of physical disks, converting it to MFM for MAME, working with it in MAME, and then converting it back to the format that the Grease Weasel uses, and then I could put it back on real media. So, there's options all over the place.
I think you had him at Grease Weasel.
Thanks a lot, Jason.
Oh, you're welcome, David. Ooh.
That's why David's my hero. David and Mark,
he's something,
you give them
I'll
anything,
say that.
they can go take over SpaceX from Elon.
Unlikely, I'm too flaky.
You got me there, David.
Have you seen Elon?
Yeah, actually. So I don't see any further questions from the chat. Any last chance for any questions from the panel from stuff before we get into what has Terry been up to the last 20 years? Type of thing. Going once, going twice. Okay. So basically, you've been actually getting a bit active in the CoCo community again. You discovered the video that Steve had made a balloon fire and you kind of got in contact with us. You've been on the show a few times before. You've actually been to some of the CoCo Fest now too. Are you starting to get the itch to get back into programming, I guess? And if you are, and it sounds like you are because you've been asking about assemblers and stuff, what are your plans? Are you going to try to resurrect some of your old projects if you do have the source for them, or are you going to start fresh from new, or do some Nitrous 9 stuff because you never really fiddled with OS 9, or what are all your plans?
Yeah, I think I need to hire a life coach. I have probably about 2 binders that I've put together of projects that I've started and stopped since I started getting back into the CoCo. So part of me wants to get into hardware. Part of me wants to get into software. part of me wants to take stuff I was doing and revitalize them. And the insane part of me is wanting to do FPGAs to make new components for the CoCo. And I got on a Raspberry Pi kick for a while. I've got like 5 or 6 Raspberry Pis that, I took to the last CoCo Fest. I had a whole bunch of monitors and TVs sitting there running off of real CoCos and Raspberry Pis and everything. But it's like I'm so damn ADD. If somebody shakes their keys near me, I run off into the other room. So I'm not sure what I want to do. Brendan Dunahee actually he went to the same school as I did for engineering. As after I did the Air Force, I got a technical electronics degree, and I started working for a company making these circuit boards for them. And then I was like, well, I want to do more than that. So went to New Mexico State University at the Klipsch. If anybody likes Klipsch speakers, then the school is named after him because he was the dean before he went off and became a super multimillionaire. But Brendan and I were both in the same school. He was there a couple of years before me, I think, but he went off and did some of my dream stuff. I had to go do building design and stuff like that because I didn't want to risk it because I wound up becoming a single father, and I had to look for the most secure jobs instead of doing the exciting cutting edge things that you could all of a sudden realize that you and all of the other people in your division are unemployed the next week. So, but the world of FPGAs is where I'd love to go, but it's been so long since I've messed with that stuff. But I have a huge pile of FPGA stuff that I've been working on. I mean, it's just every time I turn around, I start a project and I wind up with 10,000 little projects that have not been completed. That's irritating the heck out of me. But I've decided to start focusing on something small. Like right now, I'm really excited because I got a floppy to floppy drive, and then I got a floppy to GoTech drive, and I got a GoTech to GoTech drive. I want to build a GoTech tower that has 4 GoTech because I'd like to work off of that. But I had started working on that, and it wasn't until I saw Terry Stiggy's video that he went through how to configure it. And I'm like, oh, and I configured it. I was like, now I know what was wrong and why it wasn't working. So now I'm going crazy on it because all of a sudden I've got the ability to make floppy drives, not just the STC, but it'll look like floppies, and I can just dial whichever disk I want to access. So that's starting to open me up to programming on the CoCo again, because now I can say, oh, I'm going to do hard assembly on the CoCo using simulated floppy drives, and I don't have to worry about transferring back and forth from my PC to my CoCo. So that's kind of the areas that I've been looking at going. And yeah, so I'm really confused, running around like a chicken with a head cut off sometimes, but I'm not sure where I'm going to wind up going.
So at this point in your life, would you consider yourself more of a hardware person for your interests versus software, or is it about equal?
I love hardware. I'd love to be hardware. And it sounds bad, but most of it's because software is just so hard to not get yourself in a corner unless you pre-plan everything. And I don't have the life experience of pre-planning all my software. My life experience has been solve a problem as you do it. And like I said, once you start getting in habits, you start realizing, okay, these habits are destroying my ability to do things. Where when I was in the hardware side, I'd sit down and I'd do digital design, and I could build modules and then build larger modules based on smaller modules. And by the time I'm done, it's like, okay, there's my CPU. I just designed an entire microprocessor. And it was based on the simple going to the larger, not based on, okay, here's my framework, here's how I'm going to store my data, here's how I'm going to structure my routines, and here's how I'm going to set up all my syscalls. It's like, okay, I like hardware.
See, I've got the complete opposite experience because I just solder my hair whenever I try to touch hardware. So it's actually life-threatening for me to be in hardware.
Yeah.
Got a comment in the chat too. Carl Lafferty says, okay, I started over from the hillbilly hot dog mention. It's very interesting.
oh, you got to go. Yeah, supposedly there's 2 of them, but like I said, we spent about an hour and a half just walking around. I mean, you go into this, there's a bathroom, you walk inside there, and the entire bathroom is 8-track tapes. You know, all the different bands over all the different years when 8-track tapes were out, and they glued them to all the points on the ceiling, and then on the wall there's cassette tapes. You know, and on the other side there's album covers, and it's like, this is amazing. It's like Mystery Science Theater in like a Hickville place, you know.
That's cool. I've never even heard of that until you mentioned it today. So at this point, are you close to retirement age where you have a lot of time for your projects, or are
I'm really looking forward to it. I'm currently trying to set up that taper in life where you say, okay, I'm getting rid of the businessy, office world, and I'm starting to increase my personal hobbies. And I'm starting to plan on in the next, I'd say 7 years, being able to go ahead and do what I want to do full time. And at that point, I'd like to do mostly computer stuff, and just enjoy playing. Right now, I got a lot of ridiculous things. I'm into home repair, which is killing me. For some reason, I decided to become a beekeeper, and I have 20-something beehives. And it's like, okay, this is a lot more than what I thought it was going to be.
But you get free honey, right?
But yeah, I'd like to be able to simplify.
Okay. Yeah, that's a pretty wide variety of interests there, going from like home repair to hardware design to software to beekeeping.
Yeah, I'm kind of like, I guess I'd look at myself like Thomas Jefferson. I want to do everything, and I want to do it all myself. And and somebody says, "Oh, well, I can have somebody do that for you." It's like, well, how much is it going to cost? And they'd say, it's like, you know what, I can save that $150 and do it myself. And then next thing you know, I'm out there in the backyard with like a log splitter or something like that, going, what the hell's the matter with me?
I already spent $1,500 to save that $100, right?
Yeah, you need all the equipment to make whatever thing. Yeah.
But the justifying part is when you get all done, you go, but look at all the tools that I have now. It didn't cost me anything because they saved me from being able to hire that guy, or not having to hire that guy.
And that's where the home maintenance stuff comes in, because now you can build your own sheds to store all this stuff you bought.
Yeah.
That's cool. Anyway, that's all the questions I had for you. Anybody else in the panel or in the chat? Last chance before we finish the interview here. So then we'll get into the Game On Challenge, probably after another commercial break, I'm guessing, Mark. But any final questions for Terry? And a big thank you, of course, to Terry for coming on, talking about all of his old software and hardware stuff back from back in the day, what he's doing now. And also thanks to everybody that was involved with Nightmare Highway, which is all inspired by Terry, coming out at the beginning of the show. So any further questions for anybody else, since I've kind of hogged him for the whole day?
How about how many sofas do you own?
Yeah, did you get rid of them all after that traumatic experience? Nothing but rocking chairs now.
Yeah, we actually have 2 sofas in our house, but if I would have known that it was going to be like this, I would have seen what I could do to bring that sofa back home so it could be a personal memento.
Trophy.
A shrine.
The sofa that Carr tried to catch.
But yeah, I like that I'm known as the killer of couches.
And who would have thought like a random road accident like that would have spawned all this other stuff that came afterwards?
And if you would have never seen Stevie's video of balloon fire, none of this would have ever happened.
Yeah, all the things that could have happened different in my life, but Stevie, he had a plan.
No, Stevie, he never has a plan.
Your mental state when you hit a couch on the road and you're sitting there, oh God, the car's radiator's leaking and I'm not going to be able to get anywhere. I'm thousands of miles away from home. Is like your first thing is, how the hell am I going to make it to CoCo Fest now? You know, it's like,
well, at least you had your priorities straight,
man.
All right, ready for a commercial?
Yeah, I don't have any further questions. If nobody else does, then thank you once again, Terry, for coming on and talking about and showing off all your stuff. Thanks for coming on talking with us during the Game On Challenge a little bit. I know you were having problems trying to connect, but it was nice that you're actually there participating.
It was not nearly as painful as I expected it to be, and I really enjoyed it. So thank you.
Okay.
You're quite a historian there, Curtis.
I try to do some research on some interviews at least. And at that, I think we will go to a commercial break and we'll come back for the Game On Challenge.
Hi, Retro Tech Heads. Data Soup here. You're watching CoCoTALK, the world's leading live talk show featuring the Tandy Color Computer and proudly Patreon sponsored by RetroTechTime.com.
Hey guys, it's Stevie Strode. If you've been watching CoCoTALK for a while, hopefully you understand that everyone is welcome to join this show. You don't need an impressive resume to get on. You just need to enjoy the CoCo and be willing to talk about it. There is no wrong way to CoCo. There is no wrong way to be a fan of the CoCo. There's no wrong way to be on CoCoTALK. You just have to want to talk CoCo. So if you would like to join us, then reach out to us on our Discord server, which is discord.cocotalk.live, or send an email to cocotalk@cocotalk.live, and let's get you on the show and let's talk about the CoCo.
Tired of switching your joystick between the left and right port? Want to change between different controllers? Well, Joey has got you covered. The Joey Controller Switch. Take control of your controllers with the flip of 2 switches. Order today at cocoman.biz.
It's a Radio Shack Merry Christmas.
This year, I needed to give a real family pleaser.
Honey, please help me with this budget.
How about a new game, Dad? Please.
And I found it. Radio Shack's Color Computer 2. On sale for just $99.95. It entertains, educates, manages. It's expandable and affordable. Now that really pleases me.
The Color Computer 2, sale priced for Christmas, only at Radio Shack.
Yeah. Hi, I'm Tim. Playing Dagger like that idiot from the book. You're watching CoCoTALK.
I'm actually
And now, CoCo Thoughts by Samuel Gimes. Some people wish the CoCo came with hardware sprites. I don't understand. Why not pixies or fairies?
Welcome everybody to the results of the CoCoTALK Game On Challenge of the Week, where we played Mrs. Pack. We had a total of 19 players. There was Joshua with 2,670, Exile in Paradise 3,290, Mr. Dave 6309 3,380, Ed Rhodes 3,520, Patrick B 4,020, David Craker 4,050, Mark B 4,680, Terry Steen, 5,160. Canadian Retro Things, 5,670. Rich N, 6,320. Sabhead, 7,220. Flutterball, 8,070. Tasman, 8,250. Sloopy Malibu, 8,620. L. Curtis Boyle, 11,250. Brian Walsh, 13,960. Paul Shoemaker, 14,660. Jim Rye, 15,530. And the number one score this week was Buck Owens with 16,670. I would just like to mention also that during the live stream we played a number of other Terry Steen games, including Snappus, Balloon Fire, Grey Lady, Able Builders, and Kick Guy. Thanks everybody that participated this week, and we will see you next week.
CoCoTALK salutes Buck Owens.
By the way, we were getting echo back again, apparently.
Yeah, it must be when I have to share the sound. I'll have to see if I can figure that out. Anyway, we're back.
All right. Well, as you saw, we had a pretty good turnout for playing Mrs. Pack this week. 19 players. So, yeah. So that was the game that we chose to play, but we also played some others during the live stream of Terry Steen's games. Just looking at the comments about the echoing voice, I guess the echo just makes me sound better. So that's why we put it in.
Those scores are insane. How many screens did he get through?
Your voice is so nice, we have to listen to it twice.
Right.
I don't know who Buck Owens. I don't know how far he got on it. Curtis, who you were in what, 4th or 5th place? You got to the 3rd or 4th?
Third maze.
Third maze. Okay, so Buck must have done a little bit better than that, or he just ate more ghosts than you,
or both.
But yeah, I mean, unfortunately, the drawback of this game, it had a great mazes and everything, but the control scheme was a little bit off on it. You had to do a lot of anticipating to get around the corners, and the keyboard routines were not that easy to play with. But yeah, so I will show some footage. Let's see, where did my footage go? Oh, there it is. So of course, that's us playing in the live stream. I don't know, what did the people that got a lot further than me have to say about tips and tricks for playing the game and whatnot?
The one I would say is you have to kind of plan ahead. Like you said, you have to take the corners a little bit earlier than you'd be used to in a normal, pixel perfect Pac-Man's type thing. So once you kind of get used to that, it becomes a fair bit easier.
Yeah, I have to agree.
The ghosts are a lot more random than the arcade too. That took a bit to get used to because you kind of have to be a bit more cautious than normal.
The fact that the ghosts will actually turn around on you was something to get used to, because in the arcade game, if they started going in one direction, they couldn't just all of a sudden turn back on you. So,
yeah,
I know Sloopy was having a problem with that.
There's also a occasion, like Sloopy did it once, and I think I did it once, where you can actually go through a ghost, even if it's not blue.
Oh yeah, that was something I was going to ask. Was that actually, if Terry's still on the call, was that actually programmed? Because I know in the arcade game, sometimes you can go through the ghosts if they're not looking at you. But yeah.
No, it's all error free. 100% rock solid code.
So you meant to do that exactly, right?
That's a feature, not a bug.
No, and I know the controls are a problem, and part of that is my mind thinking in terms of mathematics for analyzing the joystick controls, and then also swapping between two screens. I tended to get a little bit behind because at that time I didn't realize I don't need to read in all of the bit values of the joystick. I just need like the first 3 high order bits. So here I am reading all the pot values, and I could have gotten rid of some time and made it a little bit smoother by getting rid of those delays that way.
So do you still have the source code for this one? Is that something?
I believe I do.
Is that something that, because I mean, I'm really interested to see what the upper mazes look like, the ones that are not arcade from the arcade. So
I've got screenshots of, as a matter of fact, I shared with Curtis all the blocks and maps for the entire thing. So I've got all of those.
Yeah, I think we want to make Ken earn them though. He has to play it. So
well, then I'm never going to see them.
I've got them, but they're available for limited time only for $19.95.
Excellent.
Chris, I think what we're all saying is it's not too late for version 2.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe a good project if you have the source there to get your feet wet back into it again is just to fix up the joystick routine like you're mentioning. And that's pretty well the only.
Yeah. I mean, other than the joystick routine, actually, it's a really good game. I really enjoyed it, other than the frustration of often missing my turn and constantly going around in one circle trying to get down one little alley.
Yeah. And that was some of the, like I said, I was looking at mathematics more than I was looking at gameplay, because I'm sitting there deciding, should you do X, Y, or X axis or Y axis movement? And I'd say, well, you're already moving X, so you should keep moving that way unless they really show you they want to go up. And so that makes it so you're cruising along and you're like, I wanted to go up. Why did you keep going? And it's like, yeah, controls.
Yeah. So, yeah, I don't know. We always feature creep a lot on this show. So,
yeah,
I'm sure if you said, "Oh, I'm interested in looking back at the source code," you'll get a million suggestions for things you can do.
But people didn't like it exactly like it was.
Sloopy, did you have anything to add to?
Looks like he's engaged in conversation there.
Oh, is he? I can't see right now. My screen is taken up by Mrs. Pack. Yeah. What else is there to say about it other than, I'd be really interested to see what the future mazes are or the other mazes are to see what the other mazes are.
Jim Rye has a nice comment in the chat. It says, another tip, don't run from the fruit like I did.
Coming for me.
No, it's too healthy. I must get away. Yeah, I don't know. What else is there? Anybody else have anything to add to about it?
I think I managed to clear the maze once.
I did make it to the second maze a few times. I never did make it to the third one, though. Let's see here. Then during the stream, we did switch over to some of the other games. So here we've got Mrs. Pack, Defense, Snaffus, and Grey Lady all going at the same time. So,
actually, Terry, is it pronounced Snafus or Snaffus?
Yeah, it's supposed to be Snafus.
Okay.
Because it's supposed to be plural, but it's a made-up word. So
it doesn't really matter. Yeah.
So, yeah. And then, so it's definitely given me some ideas for future Game On challenges. There's a couple in here that I'm definitely going to be doing eventually. So that was a good thing.
Our champion just piped in, Buck Owens in the chat too, and he says the seemingly random monster reversals is what really burned my arse.
Oh yeah. Scott Cooper's comment there. Ken gave blood to the game.
Oh, I'm trying to remember. Was that when I was on, or is that?
Oh, yes, right.
That was when your cat or something.
So
My
can
cat
you
jumped
advance
up.
that to the right spot?
while I was playing, my cat jumped up and missed my lap and went sliding down the other side of me, all the claws out. So
Talk about us hearing a Canadian curse.
Yeah, that was the most riled up I've ever heard Ken in my life.
It was the highest rated part of the show.
Oh, great. So I've got to start getting injured for the show to get good ratings. Oh,
No.
The thing that we do for our craft and for art.
Yeah, you got to suffer for your art, man.
Now, something a little bit off topic. During the live broadcast, we also had Mr. Nick Morentes on, and he was showing off.
Showing off?
She was showing off.
Yeah, you can leave the sentence right there. That pretty well describes it.
Yeah. His new upcoming game, Jumping Joey, which is a Frogger type game, but with a kangaroo.
Yeah.
Or
It
a Joey.
started off to be a Frogger, but then I thought I really don't want to do a exact copy of Frogger anyway, and I was looking for some other idea, and Ken came up with the idea of Jumping Joey, and I kind of liked it. I liked the sound of the title, and it just clicked that, yeah, I'm Australian. Joeys or young kangaroos, they jump. So I've decided to take this Frogger idea and then change it to a kangaroo, and gradually I'll add a bit more Australian elements in it so that hopefully it'll look a bit more like an original game. Now, I haven't got very far yet, so I'm still experimenting with the getting all the timings correct and getting some sound in there. One thing I want to do with this game is to have music playing in the background, like the original Frogger had. So it's going to have a full tune playing in the background while it's doing the whole game. Now, straight off, you can see that from a Frogger point of view, it doesn't have all the river scene, not on this screen that you're seeing now. But what I've done is and okay, you got ahead of me there. Basically, what I've done is I split the game up so that because of the low res of the semi-graphics, I decided to make one screen the freeway screen, and then when you get to the top of that, it'll bring in the next screen. And this is just me doing a mock-up of what the graphics for the river screen will be. And also, I decided I'm going to add a third screen as well. So that's where it starts breaking away from the standard Frogger. So it'll have 3 different areas, not just the 2. And this one I'm still working on, but basically you're running across some parkland, and the wide areas are a fence. So you've got to sort of go amongst the fence. There'll be people with mowers, lawn mowers, going left and right. So you've got to dodge them. So yeah, it's still very much a work in progress, and it's done in semi-graphics 12. So my idea is that color on a color computer is what I want, and it's going to be designed for every color computer: CoCo 1, 2, and 3, and Dragon, and it'll hopefully
and only
require
16K RAM required,
16K. Right? So yeah, I'm going back to the old CoCo, giving some love to the CoCo 1, 2, and Dragons, as well as the CoCo 3. When this is done, I'll go back to a CoCo 3 game. But after spending all that time doing 0 hour for the CoCo 3, I just needed something a little bit easier and a bit lighter, just to get over all the
kind of like you did with Pipes after Gunstar.
Yeah. I just needed something just to get away from the more intense stuff. So yeah, so you get to see a sneak preview.
Yes, and then of course, so we played. Curtis had probably, I think, the best game of Grey Lady you've ever played.
Yeah, I think it's actually the furthest I've gotten on it.
It's actually a pretty good game.
Yeah. Yeah, like I said, there's definitely going to be some of these chosen for future Game On challenges. But speaking of the future Game On challenge, I guess we will segue into what our next week's game is.
Not this thing.
I'm being haunted by 0 Hour again. I can't get away from it.
And if you have not picked up your copy of this yet, there is still time, because if you buy this off of Nick, he will send you a digital copy immediately.
Yeah, so I'll put a message up on the Facebook page so people can see it and they can go to the link and
there's some people who already got it, like Rick Hewlett.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think we could probably put a link in chat for that too. Oh, yeah, there's a link in chat. Hey, perfect. So that is the game for next week. So
and that's a 512K CoCo 3 joystick required. It doesn't need a 6 or a 9 or.
There is not a score in this game, so it will be either how far you get in the game, or if you complete it, how much time you have left on the clock. The one with the most time left on the clock will be considered the high score.
When you complete the game, if you could have the most amount of time left over, that'd be the way to judge it. It's not the sort of game where you play for scores. So,
well, it's kind of like scored like golf.
There you go.
Oh, I've never played golf.
So yeah, it's for those of you that can complete the game, it's how much time is left. For those of you that don't complete the game, it's how many rooms you actually do complete.
Yeah, and you'll get a little lit up box for each room you complete, so you can get a count from the screenshot.
And that's just a reminder to people that are submitting scores into the Discord that it's helpful to have a screenshot with it, especially in this game. I'll need a screenshot.
So when you get to the end of the game, it actually holds that last screen until you press any key to continue. So at that point, it's displaying the timer, and you've got a chance there to take a photo of the screen or a screenshot if you're running an emulator.
It's like you created this game especially for the Game On Challenge.
Well, I tried to look ahead.
And so that's all I have to say about that.
Okay. I don't have too many Game On news things, so we can go straight into that if you want.
Okay. Did we lose Sloopy?
Oh yeah, Sloopy was supposed to be doing a live show from VCF East.
Yep.
He was last seen in a hallway talking to someone, and then he dropped out.
Okay.
Sloopy, come back.
I will do the Game On news and then go straight into the regular news. But if any of you guys catch that Sloopy's rejoined, just tell me and I'll pause and we'll let him catch us up on VCF.
All right, let's flip screens. Okay. Screen is flipped.
Okay, so I'm on Game On news first. Let me get my right screen up here. There we go. Okay, you guys seen that?
Yep.
Okay, so first up, we got Paul Shoemaker posted a video on Facebook. So he's actually working on his first completely ML style games. And in this case, he's got sprites walking using double buffering in VSync. I won't play the whole thing because it's kind of just repeats itself, but just give you an idea what he's been working on. This is actually doing masking on the background. He's just got a solid color here, but you could have a detailed background. It would still be printing over the top properly without a big block rectangle around it.
So he's called it Wolf 4 or Wolf. Does that mean Wolfenstein?
Could be. I mean, the original Wolfenstein, the 2D
was a 2D
one for the
game.
Apple,
Yeah,
might be something like that. I'm not sure.
Because I noticed one of the characters was a soldier with a helmet on.
Yeah. That's kind of what I suspected from the title too, to be honest. We'll have to get him on the next couple of weeks here to talk about, or maybe ask him at the fest. Jim Gary did 2 this week that are in the game section. So the first one is called Dunking Jack, and this is a program from Fun for Kids magazine. for the MC10. Now, this is from a magazine published in October of 2009 for the PC. So this is a very recent game for him to port over to the MC10. Like I said, it's an educational one. And it's basically you have to answer questions right, or you get thrown into a pool of water, basically. Let me fast forward. Dad. You got a little counter beside your man on the top there, how many more guesses you can get wrong before he gets dunked. Sort it here. And Splooshy crashes in the water. That was the first one. The second one is called King Tut's Tomb, originally written by Greg Hassett. And this is an adventure game, but he added a new graphical title screen to it, which the original one did not have. So I'll just play that for a bit here. For low res, that's not a bad Tutankhamun.
Yeah.
That's even personalized. And then it's just a standard adventure game. So I will let the people who like adventure games go check out the full video. Next up, the Amigos have released their next one called Time Patrol. This is CoCo Show episode 31. Time Patrol is a time pilot type clone by Computerware by MG Lustig, I think is the one who wrote it. I'll just play the little bit of the intro here. Their little comical one.
Time may change me, but you can change time. On Time Patrol is the CoCo Show episode 31.
And I won't play the video. You know their style, so you can go check it out. I will mention that they are recording today. I think 0 hour is the next game they're doing. They're actually live on Twitch. I'm not sure what time because I know some of the schedules were changing around in some of the shows. So I'm not quite sure exactly when. But if you guys have time later on and you happen to be on Twitch, you can catch that live, as well as the Sinclair show and the Amiga show and everything else.
They are live on Twitch right now, so I don't know which show they're on yet, but
okay.
I'll give you a live update in a second.
Sounds good. This next one is a brief gameplay with some audio tracks. I can't play too long because I don't know if the song's copyrighted or not. Of Cashman, but it's by a YouTuber I've never seen before called Hog Balls. I didn't make it updated. But playing Color Computer Cashman. I'll jump forward a bit here. So basically, it's got background music plus the actual gameplay, sound effects, etc. And he goes through the first 4 levels roughly. No commentary or anything else, but I thought that was kind of interesting that we got another new YouTubers doing CoCo stuff. I have no idea who he is.
So they're doing the Sinclair show right now on Amigos.
Next up, Cuthbert Dragon. We used to cover him a lot back when he was doing a lot of Dragon games that we'd never seen in North America, or at least most of it we'd never seen. And he used to put these little static shots of the artwork, because the Dragon artwork for their cassette cases and disc cases were much better than most of the stuff we did in North America. So in this particular, he's actually doing a new type of series where he's doing a box tour where he actually goes through the actual box, opens it up, shows you the insides, etc. I think this is the first episode he's done of that for the Dragon. And it's only 30 seconds. So I thought I'd play the whole thing. You guys can get a feel for it. And we actually hear him talk for the first time.
Hey everyone, welcome back to another Cuthbert Dragon video. Today we have Ice Castles by Spectral Associates. Here we have the spine, and on the back it says a truly superb 3-dimensional graphics type arcade adventure where you can save the crystals from the marauding minotaurs. An original concept in graphics where you can travel through the tunnels and use the lifts to travel between floors, complete with wicked witches and magic trees. We have the cassette published in 1984. Alright, thank you for watching this, and I'll see you on the next one. Bye.
So he does very short, and he's been kind of compressing his videos, so they're usually 1 to 2 minutes at the most. But I'm looking forward to seeing some of these other ones of the actual, cassette artwork. Some of them get pretty extravagant. So I'll probably start covering his channel again, because he was basically redoing the same games. He was re-recording a bunch of stuff, and we've already seen him the first time. So I've kind of not been mentioning his stuff too much lately. But if he keeps this up, I'll be mentioning these. And this one just got released today. So Sibling Rivalry. I think last week they did, because the name of the game, Motocross or something in television. And then this week they're doing Candy Company, which I think we already did as a game on challenge, didn't we, Ken?
Yes, I believe we did.
No,
and just so you know, Sloopy's back on the call.
Okay, I'll just finish the one because it's last of my game news anyway. Okay. So basically, this one here, I haven't had a chance to listen to it because it just got released this morning, so I don't know where AJ is going to start swearing when she gets frustrated. So I'm not going to play it right now. You have to check it out on your own. So I thought I'd give a shout out to that. But it's a really fun game, so I'm really looking forward to seeing this one. And now to our live reporter in the field, Sloopy.
Greetings. Welcome from sunny Wall, New Jersey, where we have a computer show going on. And there's several exhibit areas here. Like most of them have them, like all the exhibit areas all in one spot. But here it's like it's in several different buildings. So here,
You're just in between buildings right now?
Yeah, I'm just outside of the one building.
Were you the one that
And
set up with all the quads?
came out here so I could hear, because obviously it's a bit loud in there. So,
What's the attendance like this year?
Several hundred people. Here, let me turn the camera around. And this is the second main exhibit area, where they have a bunch of various displays of they seem to have old PCs, Macs, Apples, a phone system, and they also have a mainframe machine back there. I unfortunately don't remember what it is off the top of my head. And then when we come down in through here, for those that don't know, the VCF East is done at the site of a former military base with a lot of communications history. So there's a lot of other things here that's interesting to see, which, as you could see down that hallway, there was exhibits from it. And then here's the other main exhibit hall down here. This one's a little bit smaller. So and Commodore stuff. Yeah.
Is there any CoCo or Tira City presence there?
Huh?
Is there any CoCo or Tira City presence there?
Yes, actually, I'm getting to that. Amiga and video. And more Amiga and video. Handheld the history. And then we come through here, and there's a smaller contingency in here. And this is where we find the lone TRS-80 stuff. If I'm sure some of you are familiar with this gentleman here from the Trash Talk show.
Satinsky, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, Peter Satinsky.
Peter, yeah.
Well, say hi to Peter on behalf of CoCoTALK.
Well, he's talking to someone at the moment, so I don't want to interrupt. Greetings. We're live on the CoCoTALK show, and they're saying hello. Yes.
Where are you? I haven't seen the CoCo here.
Yeah, they recognized your face, so. And I said that you're the only TRS-80 or Tandy display here. So where's your CoCo?
I do have CoCo.
Okay, and why isn't it here?
I've got to represent the C80.
All right, we'll let you go on that one. So, yeah. And as you can see, there's more demonstrations here of various hardware. And except for the, it is a much smaller show than, let's see here, and there. And let me go outside so that I can actually hear.
Sorry, I'm sure. I don't have a license.
Me either. And this is the registration area where all these fine people are. And actually, let me go out the other way, because Because over there is where you can see that is actually the front door, and where you would first come in to register to come see the show. And am I still live? Can you still hear me?
Yep. Yeah, we can still hear you.
Yeah. Because it's so loud, I can't really hear anything, so I'm not 100% sure if I'm still there. So yeah, and this is the where you can come out. Where I just was is over there. Or let's turn the camera around. There, I was just in there. That part of the building is where I went from the one room to the other. And then you come out here and you have all sorts of different buildings. And this one over here is where they have the displays and the people and the talks and such. And they have a consignment room and some food. And I went into the consignment room, and to give you an idea of pricing and such, there's a CoCo 2 there for $120. And fortunately, it includes an SDC. There's another CoCo 2 there for $100 and doesn't include anything. Disk drive with 2 drives in it, $100. One with a floppy controller cart, $150. So, any questions?
No, we just have to bug Peter about bringing his CoCo down next time, I think.
Yeah, I would go in that room, but they're actually have the talks. So parts of the room, parts of it are quite noisy. So I will try to go through. There's a lot of people in there. So I probably won't be able to hear much. And you may not even be able to hear me. I don't know if you could hear me when I was in the other rooms, but. Yes, it's much more spread out than VCF Midwest. So and that's where the talks are being held. And then we come down here. And these are where the 2 consignments and food rooms are. Here's the one consignment room. Hey.
There's a tier city.
Yeah. And here's the one CoCo, 125. And second one, CoCo 1 for 150. Disk drive for 150. There was a sorry. Oh, cool. They're discounting. Yes. There was a nice. Here it is. I've got plenty. Okay. Yeah. And here's another. This is the CoCo 2. The CoCo 2 with SDC for 125.
That's included with the SDC. That's not a bad price.
No, it's not. And there's a couple of those apples. Yay, apples! And then we come back here, and then we have a Model 1 that is $100 with cover, and a expansion module for $200. And then we have another. We have a Melty key for $100.
With dust cover.
Yep, and a couple disk drives. And this is $200 with the controller and $50 for just the one. And other
on
than
the bottom.
Yep. And other than the Model 1 here, as you first walk in, which I'm not even going to say that price.
$600 tested and working, it says, though.
Yeah, it's.
No, honestly, I'm not doing it.
Yeah, I'm not going to say that price. That's obscene.
It doesn't matter if I'm there or not.
So.
But it works.
Well, it's the keyboard, monitor, and expansion interface. So
Yeah,
three things.
And when you consider what those cost new, come on, $600.
For the lot.
And then we can come over here into the other section. And there's another Model 1 over here. And it is $325 and includes the expansion interface, the Model 1. And then there's also a Model 1 monitor for $120. It works. And that's pretty much it for the TRS-80 stuff here. There's old PC stuff, some networking, some really old fire bottle stuff. And here is a calculator. It comes with free bonus.
Free filth.
Yeah. At least he's not false advertising.
No. But oh, there is another TRS-80 thing over here. Excuse me.
Oh, modem.
Model 1.
That's the 1200 baud one.
Yeah,
It's
DC
only
2212 or whatever it was.
Yes, the DC 2212. It's only $5. That's not a bad deal.
For those that still have landlines to use it.
Yeah. Well, they've got a full phone system hooked up here, so you could probably actually use it here. Run a BBS and connect to it. So, and I do believe that is everything. Because I looked through it, so I knew what was and wasn't. Unfortunately, I didn't see the modem. So,
It doesn't sound like that's
but that is pretty much everything.
Okay, so this is VCF. Which one is this now?
VCF East.
And this is held once a year around this time?
Yeah, usually around April.
Sometimes May.
Yeah, it's in New Jersey. And for those that don't know, I will show you. Here is the United States. We come in, and it is right in there, just below New York.
So pretty close to the coast then.
Oh yeah, we were very close to the coast. We're like 5 miles from the Atlantic Ocean. And I keep looking around for someone and I can't find them. So, but yep. Now as you can see, it's no one wants to look at my ugly mug. Yes, there's a bunch of buildings here, and it is also a museum for communications and such. They actually have a museum of technology. In this building here, they actually show the history of television. And they've got televisions from all the way back to the 40s, all the way up to current. They have displays of computers and such, and they also have displays from like World War I and World War II of like technology, things that people used, safety, and other such similarities. There's a lot of documentation and videos of all that on the internet, so that's why I didn't really I mostly glossed over that stuff where it actually goes in depth. So, any questions?
Not off the top of my head anyway. Anybody else have any questions for Slippy while we got him on live? I still have never made it to a VCF of any sort, so I got to get that on my bucket list somewhere.
And honestly, I would suggest going to VCF Midwest. It's a much bigger venue and much more, I guess you could say, friendly than here.
Okay.
So, but yeah, that's it. Unfortunately, they don't have a motel on property like everywhere else, like VCF Midwest does. So they don't have the after hours camaraderie that like they do at Midwest and such. So, and then also this is also very Commodore centric, because we're like an hour and a half drive from the Commodore quote unquote homeland. So there is a lot of Commodore represented here and quite a bit of Apple.
Because they're almost Commodore, right?
Yeah. I mean, the talk that they had earlier had, I think, like somewhere between 6 and 8 principal engineers from Commodore from the 80s to early 90s in a talk. And it's like it was the biggest gathering of Commodore employees since Commodore was open back in the 90s. So, but I guess if there's no more questions, then that's my presentation, such as it is.
Okay, well, thanks for showing us that. I don't know if I'll ever make it out to VCF East there, but I hope to make it to Midwest sometime.
Yeah, definitely that's the one to go to. So, all right, I'm going to go and continue on my way, and everybody, CoCo on.
Yeah, thanks, Loopy.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, ready for Game On News? Or not the Game On
regular news? Yeah, it's pretty short, so I don't think we need to have a break or anything. It's only
okay.
8 stories.
Let me run the intro.
From around the world, what you need to know. Get caught up on News with L. Curtis Boyle.
And now a Muppet News Flash.
It's cleverly marked reverb.
It's yours.
Hey, because we haven't had enough Commodore content after the VCF report. Here's another one. But this has OS 9 and a 6809 in it, so I would count it as a real computer from Commodore. So basically, Jim Brain is the one who actually pointed me to this. And it's basically a YouTube video that shows the MMU upgrade card for the Super Pet that Jim actually manufactures and sells, and it runs OS 9 level 1. And they actually have a VIC-20 being used as a terminal on here. So for those who don't know what the Super Pet is, it's a dual CPU system. It's got a 6502 and a 6809, and they actually did port OS 9 level 1 to it. And there's some active group that's actually still working on it and stuff too. So it kind of goes through what the thing looks like on the inside and all the different boards, et cetera. It's a pretty thick, big machine. And then they boot it up. They went really retro here. They actually ran the terminal program to log into the OS 9 on the PET from a VIC-20, which has even a smaller screen resolution than the CoCo does. And there you can see it on the PET itself. It's 80 comm card booting up. And then you can see the login screen. Any of the few people that have actually done the login screen on CoCo OS 9, you'll recognize it for sure. And so it all up and runs and works, and they can log in. They were running programs on both the local PET and then on the VIC-20 terminal simultaneously. You can see the multitasking. I won't play the whole thing because it's like a 15-minute video, but it was pretty interesting. I've heard of the Super Pet. I've seen screenshots and brief little YouTube clips. So this kind of explains it at the hardware level and the software level and the OS 9 level, a lot better than most of the other ones I've seen. So I thought it was pretty cool. And thanks to Jim for sharing that. And then there's this guy. I don't know much about him. Since he's actually on the call, I will mute the sound in this and he can explain what this is about.
Okay, there we go. Yeah, no, this video I made because Mr. Dave 6309, he sent me a couple of boards that he had designed. And one of them was one that I was really interested in, actually, because it's a simple little concept, but what it is, the cartridge that goes into the CoCo has two little LEDs on it. And he modified ROMs in such a way that at certain points, when certain things happen in games, it makes these LEDs flash. So you can, for example, have in the likes of Dungeons and Dagerath, the heartbeat on screen that shows what your level of health is will cause these little LEDs to flash on the side of the card. So I kind of had a look at that, and because it interested me so much and I had absolutely no idea how it worked at all, I said I'd make a little video like this on it. So as it turns out, Mr. Dave 6309, he has designed the thing in such a way that it does two things. It's using two 555 timer chips, and one of them controls the flashing on the LEDs. But the other one, what it's doing is the output pin on the 555 timer is actually holding an address line on the ROM chip inside in the cartridge low. Is that right, Jed? It's holding it low, I think. So the CoCo only has access to the first 16 kilobytes of memory on the ROM chip itself. And then after that has been written into the CoCo's RAM, it goes high, yeah. And then you have access to the second part. And that way he got around, well, it's a kind of a rudimentary bank switching type thing that allows you to have 32 kilobyte ROMs on a CoCo cartridge, which is something I had certainly never seen before. So yeah, that's pretty much what the cartridge is. That's what it does. And in the video, I went a little bit further because I only had these little SMD LEDs that I put on it, and they weren't very impressive. So I decided to try and hook up a LED strip to it. And then I had problems with that because there wasn't enough power to power it. So Mr. Dave, he advised me that I should use a optocoupler, and which I'd never heard of before. So I looked into that and I built up the circuit, and we managed to get the LEDs to work a bit with it. And it's a fantastic little cartridge. It's great fun. And really, if you want, I'll do a little kind of advertising-y thing, but if you wanted a little project that is fun and you will learn something from, and you can potentially blow up your CoCo if you're not careful, so there's a little challenge in it too, give Mr. Dave a shout. And no, it's great. It's a great little thing. And yeah,
and it looks like he sent you a bunch of other boards too, so you've got some future videos to come out, I'd imagine.
He did. He gave me a few other boards as well. He gave me a kind of, you saw there in the beginning of what you were playing there, Curtis, is a little kind of a joypad-y type thing that uses Cherry MX switches. Yeah, that's the fella. And it's working like an Atari joystick would on the CoCo. So you've got your left, right, and up and down, and two fire buttons. And then on the other side, you can put a little potentiometer. So you've got like a paddle going as well. So you've got the two at once. So I don't know how good or bad it is because I haven't built it up yet. I'm still waiting on parts to come for that. The board that you see there is a little MSX cartridge board as well. It's absolutely nothing to do with the CoCo, but it's for the MSX computers that were developed between Microsoft and a Japanese company. I can't really remember. But that guy there is, again, for the CoCo, it's a development board so that you can test out ROMs that you're writing with or whatever. You put a ZIF socket in it there, and you can easily swap ROM chips into your CoCo and see if they're working and all that kind of thing as well. So that's those boards. And he also sent me a little keyboard guy there that you can hook up keyboard matrices to that quite simply, really. Just solder them onto them and shove them into your CoCo. And I think the reason he has that board is actually, well, sure, you know yourselves that Mr. Dave has done a whole line of kind of
keyboards and stuff. Yeah.
Keyboard PCBs, yeah. And I think that's, now I may be wrong, but I assume that is what he uses to connect them up to the CoCo itself. And the other little board that I had just there a second ago was one to put a 28 pin ROM into a 24 pin socket. that fella there. And then the one that I'm holding there is for a ColecoVision, which is a console that I don't have, but I really want to get one of those, but they're getting very, very expensive. So I'm keeping an eye out for one, but he sent me a couple of boards for those as well. But that's what he sent me. So I've got plenty to keep me going. I've got plenty that I'm fooling around with. And well, Mr. Dave himself, he's a great guy. He's after giving me an awful lot of help with that kind of stuff. And I'll tell you, I'm after learning an awful lot from the man as well. So, I mean, there's not much more than that I can say on the whole lot of it.
Yeah, and he's a regular in our Discord too, so he's very active in, you know, talking back and forth about projects and stuff too. So if people, you know, don't always catch him on the show or whatever, you can definitely talk to him on our Discord.
Yeah, no, he's a very helpful guy. So yeah, so that's that. Have a look at the video, like and subscribe, and yeah, there you go.
And we will mention that you have the coconut theme carried on from what, you know, Taylor and Amy and a few other people have done too. So I won't say any more about that. You have to watch the video to find out.
Yeah, that's actually that coconut thingy was again my son Louis when he was small. Before I knew the CoCo even existed. It's funny that it actually worked that way with the timer that's in it. But when he was real small, he asked me what good were electronics anyway. It was just stupid. So I showed him by building that little thing. But check out the video, you'll see.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, you're welcome. Bye-bye.
Yeah. Next up, we have James Diffendaffer did a couple of little basic listings of doing some more mathematically based things to draw objects. And he's got two of them that he put up on Facebook with the source code. They're very small. They're easy to type in. They're obviously not that quick unless you run the emulator and overclock. So the first one kind of does this fractal leaf thing, and there's the entire program listing that generates that at the top. And the second one he did, there is a bunch of different sets of sines and cosines, et cetera, here to draw various curves where you can do like multiple sine waves and then mix together circles, et cetera. So if you're into math and into graphics, it's a pretty cool. And then once again, program listing right at the top. It's only, you know, 8-9 lines long, nice and easy to type in. This is interesting. So this is not a brand we have up here. My Jones, I guess, makes soda pop, but they also have this thing on the website where you can order custom labels. So the CoCo crew are doing it as a kind of a promotion for their show here. I thought that's a pretty cool idea. It's a bit different, a bit thinking outside the box than, you know, just doing computer stuff type all the time. They're actually having a soft drink with it. So I thought that was kind of cool. Next up is a video here from Sheldon McDonald. This one I will play in its entirety. It's just over a minute long, but we were talking last week about Zipster Zone's PSG board, which has joystick adapter stuff on it for doing Segas, and it'll handle the 3-button and the 6-button, but it also handles the Sega mice. So he's actually done some little basic program driver, and he ran CoCoCAD, which is a little CAD program for the CoCo 1 and 2 that was also done in BASIC, but he's actually using the Sega mouse on it. And because of the way it works, it actually almost runs like it has a high-res interface on it. So you're getting really fine detail where you're placing the pixels here. So let me know if it's too loud or too quiet.
Here's a video of the Sega mouse in action. I just built a little driver for CoCoCAD. You can see how you can do very fine movements. Gotta zoom way out here. Or you can do large movements. And just remember, this is a basic program using it too, so this would be also a lot smoother. A lot smoother on in assembly if this program was done in assembly. If I can.
Is that a Tim Hortons cup on his desk?
Yes. What gave it away?
Seems to work pretty good though.
So anyway, that was that. That actually looks pretty good. The fact that it'll actually do basically the equivalent of a high-res interface built right in, as long as you have a driver that properly handles it and gives you the ultra smooth, and that would work on a CoCo 3 resolution screen too. So that was a CoCo 1 and 2 resolution you were seeing there. And then he has another update here, which he's got some screenshots of. So he's been working on a new editor development system environment that he's working on. And he originally started this to do some of his Sega Genesis projects. And he kind of figured this is kind of a nice environment for any type of programming project. So why not extend it to the CoCo? So that is what he's planning on doing now. So you can kind of see a screenshot here. You can see some assembly language code and running an emulator, etc. He's also linking it to some of his disk utilities stuff, so you create disk images automatically from it. I think he's got another screenshot in the comments. So he's kind of demonstrated a few of these tools or similar tools before, but he's working on the full IDE style thing, where you can do everything like start to finish, from writing the code to compiling it to putting it onto disk image to firing it up an emulator and testing it, and making it cross-platform so it runs on CoCo's or on the Genesis, and maybe he'll expand it to other things he's interested in later. But it's pretty cool that he's getting this kind of progress done here. So those of you that do not like programming on the hard metal like Nick and I and Terry, this is another alternative. This one is from John Pappas, and he posted this in the CoCo Facebook group. Now, it's actually it's a VIC-20 kind of redone to be a laptop with a folding screen with an LCD on it. Now, why has he posted that here? He's planning on doing a CoCo version of this. You can take a CoCo 1 or 2 and have a screen that folds onto it, be hinged on the back. And then you can actually, he said the nice thing about CoCo, it can fit a bigger LCD, which kind of reminds me when Frank Swagger, the guy who used to do World of 68 Micros, actually made one out of wood. And he has a little portable CoCo with a car battery that you used to hobble around to power it up. But this looks much more compact. It would look like a modern laptop almost, but you can actually carry around a CoCo with its own screen built into it, an LCD screen. So with a CoCo 3, I think that would be kind of cool. So if any of you have any interest in that, you can maybe comment it on the Facebook group. Next up in the Dragon realm, Adrian Sinclair has been working on making posters, full color posters of some of the artwork that the Dragon games got, which, as I mentioned in the previous story, were much better than stuff we usually saw in North America. So here he's got a 60 by 40 centimeter poster based on the original box art for Lunar Rover Patrol for the Dragon. So if you want posters of some of these games, these are really well done artwork. I mean, the only ones I can think of on the CoCo, besides maybe some Tandy Radio Shack ones that even came close to this, I think were probably the Mictron Computer Shack ones. They had some full color, on cardboard stock type pictures that they took photos of models and stuff like that rather than paintings. But really nice artwork they have the Dragon. Totally jealous. And the last one here is a bit of an update from Phil Harvey Smith. They've been working on trying to get the new replacement RAM boards for the Dragon Beta. They're trying to rebuild the Dragon Beta, which was a machine that had dual 6809s and had 768K RAM and MMU, high-res graphics up to, what the heck was it, 640 by 480 or something like that. A really advanced OS9 level 2 machine that was meant to be OS9 only, basically on boot. It was meant as a high-end business machine. But of course, it got canceled when Dragon went under. And they've rebuilt the board, and he was trying to rebuild the MMU and the RAM up to 768K of RAM, 3/4 of a meg. But he was having some problems with timing, and he was talking about it earlier in the week. This post is where he finally figured out what was going wrong. As he said, turns out I was latching the wrong half of the address bus on the wrong signal, though it shouldn't have mattered. It seems to have. So now that he's changed that around, it now has been booting OS9 4 or 5 times without fail. But before it was kind of a crapshoot. Sometimes it would boot, sometimes it wouldn't. So this is where it actually gave us the update that it is working now, and they can proceed with actually getting the rest of it done. So they're planning on actually trying to basically duplicate the entire hardware motherboard and daughter boards for the RAM, et cetera, here for the entire Dragon Beta. They have copies of OS9 level 2 version 1.2, I think it is, with some primitive graphics drivers that weren't totally bug-free yet, but were working. We showed that on I think last week or the week before, with the scaling and X, Y, Z rotation, stuff like that. Sorry, Z. So it's good to hear they finally solved that problem. They can continue on, and I'm really looking forward to see what all stuff this thing could do once people start actually optimizing it properly. Because this was kind of like the software they have in their possession is early days stuff done from when it was still an ongoing project at Dragon that wasn't finished yet. So it's not as optimized as it could be, and I'd really like to see where they can take this thing. And that is all the news I have for this week. So I don't know, does anybody have any project updates or acquisitions that you want to talk about? That we kind of covered 8 bits in the basement there already.
I do have a quick question.
Yes.
Thanks to Mr. Hill, I have most of this multi-key keyboard.
Okay.
Let's see. Here's what I have of it. If I can switch my.
Can you spotlight it, Mark?
Give me a. My camera should have changed. I can't see myself. Did I go away? Am I here?
Yeah, he's just switching over to you.
Trying to find you anyway. There you are.
Okay.
How did I end up spotlighting myself? Hold
That's
on.
cool. Okay, we're hoping for a multi-key keyboard that'll appear.
See a black keyboard from the bottom. It looks
Okay,
like.
so I have 4 of the 5 layers. There is obviously something. So here's 4 keys that are pushed up. There is something that goes between those and the Mylar sheet because there are little posts here, so they just can't work. So I still don't understand how the multi-key keyboard works. If anyone has seen one in the flesh and could tell me, I would certainly appreciate it. Because I want to make a fix for this thing, and I don't have enough of it to fix it. So
is it missing the little plastic spongy things that normally would sit in there?
Are there plastic spongy things that sit in there?
Well, you know, those little contact things. I don't know what they call them.
Well, there's a base plate, a Mylar sheet, a metal plate with holes in it, but these little posts don't reach out far enough to push on the Mylar sheet. So there must be some kind of rubber balls or something that fit in there. And I'd really like to finish up my Fix Every CoCo with a board that I can make from JLC series. And this one's got me stumped. So anyway,
Yeah, was it a sealed unit or like that almost looks like someone's taken them out?
Well, yeah, it's been ripped apart. It's an Amphenol product number. The whole keyboard was put together with a little clip that went in the middle of it. So this thing's been butchered, but I don't even know what I'm missing yet. And, you know, the new keyboards had a lever action. So no matter how hard you smash the key, it would only push the membrane so hard. I'm sure there was some device to do that on this keyboard, but I have no idea what it might have been. And,
it looks like it's missing.
Yeah, and the part number leads nowhere. So here's a mystery. I'd like to make the melted keyboards work because they're cool, you know.
So you need another one to take apart.
I guess so. Yeah, maybe I need a melty keyboard CoCo 2 that doesn't work with my network card. So yeah, I'll be walking through the CoCo Fest, plugging my network card into everything that's for sale to see if I should buy it or not.
So was that the keyboard? Did that one have screws in the back, or was that the melted post?
Oh no, it's got like one clip in the middle. I think you can see a busted out hole where it was disassembled forcibly.
No,
this is all just locating posts. There is nothing that holds this keyboard together except one little plastic clip in the middle of it. So I think I can be different.
There was one version. I don't remember which one it was. It had, instead of screws, it just had those black posts just melted down to hold that.
Okay, yeah, I haven't seen that one either. That's scary.
Another revision you need to make, maybe.
Right, I'm gonna need 7 or 8 of these boards. Okay, well that's cool. And then there was this. I was going to ask Ron, but he ran off to Cincinnati, which may be when I booted my lava lamp this morning. It showed this astronomical event, and I'm not sure what it actually means, but it looks bad.
He's giving you a warning.
And then he took off to Cincinnati. So there we are. And that's me.
Cool. Anybody else have any updates or acquisitions they want to talk about? Does not look like it. So I don't have anything else to add on to the show. Does anybody else have any final thoughts, comments, or?
Actually, I have a slight rolling back to the. Thanks a lot, Nick. So back to that mouse that you was talking
Floppy.
about that was being used on the PSG.
Yep.
Yeah, Sega mouse.
Yeah, I was just wondering, is that using POTS?
We covered that last week or the week before, and I can't even remember now. It's using Zipster's PSG, so I'd have to see what the Sega Genesis actually uses.
It'd have to be a counter.
Well, I was going to say is depending on how it is, if that's more accurate or just if it's less CPU intensive than the high res interface, it would be interesting to see if we could use the PSGs as a possible mouse interface.
It only has digital joystick interfaces.
Okay.
So something like a PS2 mouse.
Two Atari types joystick interfaces. It's not analog.
Has he shared his code for reading the mouse anywhere on that?
I don't think he has yet because he's still working on it. He wants to write an assembly one. Like one of the comments he did on his own post about it is that he wants to cut the size of the driver because he just wrote it in BASIC just to get it to work, and it's 2.5K. And he said he can crunch that down to at least like half a K, like 1/5 the size. So I don't think he's planning on releasing the code until that. Does plan on releasing it open source.
Okay, because that would be something that would be interesting because I've got a PSG that's always in my multi-pack because I do tinker with the Sega gamepads because I've got my experimental code that I have for accessing all of the buttons. So I was thinking, I wonder what it would be like to actually have the Nitrous 9 driver set to use a joystick input from that. So
do we know how the Sega mouse actually works?
I have no idea.
Because he had a Sega mouse hooked up. And I'm thinking that's not an analog device. I think that does use just the switches because
I'm trying to remember, I'm trying to remember from last week, didn't he have it so that it would tell you, it's kind of like the Microsoft mouse protocol where it tells you you've moved left and it has a range.
All right, PS2 mice are all counters, not analog. So
yeah, so maybe he's counting the digital ports of the joystick and making that counter readout. I don't know. I think that's how the Atari ST and the Amiga mice are. They use,
we kind of covered it in the last
counters.
one, but honestly, I can't remember. That's a whole week ago. But he did cover it on the previous video of his we showed.
All right.
So we're getting really close to the idiot digital scanner wheel things versus POTS thing where
encoders.
Yeah, exactly.
Also, Peter 8-Bits in the basement there. I don't know if you saw David and Sharon Very give you a comment in the chat there. It says, thanks, Peter. It was fun to see someone having fun with that cartridge board.
No, I didn't see it, but it's great to know. I've been fooling around with it just here. I don't know if this is going to show up here now or not, but I've got it right here beside me, more or less. And I just bought myself a copy of Nightmare Highway, the $1 one. And I don't know, can you see that flashing when it comes up? Yeah,
yep,
it kind of flashes. Great. But actually, as it turns out, because I was going to ask Mr. Dave to modify a version of HDB DOS for me, but it seems that the version I have when I type dir here, it's flashing, and also when I load up the game, and it's doing disk accesses, it works as well, it seems.
What's the poke address for setting the lights? Isn't that FF40?
FF40, that's it, yeah. And
that's part of the disk controller too, so that makes sense.
This controller is used that somewhere as well. That's why I thought that was what was going on. So it seems to be exactly that's happening. But it's only this evening is the first time because I plugged a copy of HDB DOS into the cartridge that I had set up with the LED strip and all the rest, just to try it out a bit. But it's great. I mean, it works away fantastic. I don't know if these things are flashing away mad here as this is coming up. But it's a great project. As I said before, get in contact with Mr. Dave. This is what you want. This is what you need.
Me, 'cause I'd hurt myself.
There you go. No, you'll be fine, Curtis. You'll be absolutely fine. Get a good
Bald, but
barber,
fine.
you'll be okay.
Was he grinning when he said that?
Crossing his fingers, grinning the whole bit.
Those
So there
bridge
you go,
splits in the basement scare me a little bit, though. Little archways going on with bricks up there.
They've got these. This is here in France. I never saw this kind of thing before. They've got all the ceilings in basements and stuff. It's very simply done. It's just little hollow bricks that are put in. They don't even have any structural integrity as such. It's just the kind of cover. It's what they call it in cache-misère, quoi. Say it's for hiding a multitude of sins behind. I think it just looks pretty. That's what it's about.
Until one falls down.
Well, yeah, but we had them upstairs, and I converted the attic. We knocked down a whole ceiling full of them, but they're really fragile. You know, they really are. You need something over them like that you'd be walking on. But no, it's only purely, well, as far as I can see anyway, the house hasn't fallen down since we removed them, but it's only purely aesthetic, I think. That's what they're about. But they're nice. They're a conversation piece, I suppose.
Well, it made
So
the
that's that.
conversation.
Yeah. French architecture. So there you go. That's that.
Cool.
My little basement. These are all welcome anytime. Subscribe. So,
Hey, we ready for the
Unless somebody
outro?
else has a last minute update. Yeah, I think we're ready for the outro. We've been on the air, 4 hours? So
Yes, 4 hours, and
right
and we're gonna have we're gonna play the other Nightmare Highway.
yeah, the country version, that was a request from Bruce.
All right, we'll do that, and then I'll run the outro.
Got some time to kill, might play a little Zaxxon. Might double back to play a little Temple of Ron. Dungeons of Daggeroth, color baseball. But none can hold a candle to the greatest of them all, Nightmare Highway. Nightmare Highway. Nightmare Highway. Nightmare Highway. Sure, I love my Sailor Man and Firefall. Go on a rampage for some super pitfall. Shanghai me into a game of rogue or demon attack. But sooner or later, you know I've got to come back to Nightmare Highway. Nightmare Highway. Nightmare Highway. Nightmare Highway. It's got a road, and it's got a car. Dodge the furniture, and you'll be a pop star. Well, okay, maybe I just stick to the facts. To tell this truth, this game really ain't all that. Nightmare Highway. Nightmare Highway. Nightmare Highway. Nightmare Highway.
Terry, look out! It's a stampede of sofas. I've never seen a herd this big since the Chesterfield Drive of '06. I hope we can make it to the fest.
I used to bow down to the Donkey King. Grabber and Cashman used to be my thing. Megabug, Buzzard Bait, Sea Dragon 2. But none of those can satisfy me much as you do. Nightmare Highway. Nightmare Highway. Nightmare Highway. Nightmare Highway. Nightmare Highway. Nightmare Highway. Yeah.
Nightmare Highway. Nightmare Highway. No.
This concludes another episode of CoCoTALK, the world's leading live talk show featuring the Tandy Color computer, MC10, and Dragon systems. For all things CoCoTALK, visit us on the web at CoCoTalk.live. We'd love to hear from you. Send feedback, suggestions, even segments via email to CoCoTalk@CoCoTalk.live. Consider supporting the show with a purchase of merchandise from our retro swag shop at 8bit256.com. If you'd like to become a patron of the show, click on the Patreon link on our website, CoCoTalk.live. CoCoTalk would not exist without the community, its cast, crew, and contributors. Thanks go to Alan Murphy, Amigos Retro Gaming, Bill Noble, Brian Joyce, Brian Weaver, Curtis Boyle, D. Bruce Moore, Danny O'Connor, David Ladd, Eric Canales, George Jansen, Grant Leedy, James Diffendapper, Jason Reichert, Jim Brain, Ken Reichert, Ken Waters, Mark Bosley, Mark Overholzer, Mikey Furman, Mr. Dave 6309, Nick Marentes, Nick Marotta, Nick Marotta, Nick Marotta, Paul Fiscarelli, Richard Lorbieski, Rick Adams, Rick Hewlin, Rob Inman, Ron Delvaux, Samuel Gimes, Sloopy Malibu, Steve Bjork, Terry Steggy, Tom C., and many, many more. Please help support the CoCo community. A list of various contributors and resources are available at imacoconut.com. That's IMACOCONUT.com. The original CoCoTalk theme song is copyright 2008 by D. Bruce Moore and Greg Sheeler. The new CoCoTalk theme song is copyright 2020 by D. Bruce Moore. Both are mixed, mastered, and produced by D. Bruce Moore. CoCo forever!
And we're back. Any last minute thoughts?
Nope, except see you next week.
And a reminder that the CoCo show is going to be on the Amigos Retro Gaming Twitch channel here right after the Atari ST show.
Which is now in progress.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's at twitch.tv/Amigos Retro Gaming.
Here, I'll put that in the link.
I didn't get a chance to submit my reviews of Nick's latest game, unfortunately. I didn't get time.
That's all right. I didn't have time to send you the money.
You never have time to send me the money.
There we go. I almost posted their link into their own chat, but
that's why Nick's game reviews keep getting pushed down all the time.
That's right.
He never comes through with the money.
All right. Well, let's say goodbye.
Goodbye, everybody.
Goodbye, everybody.
Goodbye, everyone. Have
Just
a
to
great
review,
weekend.
What's next week's game again?